Hey there, Rem PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem Alternis, and today we'll be chatting with Dungeon Race RPG's Tiffany Rose Nickel and Jerry Red Shepherd. We have a fantastic giveaway of a copy of Shadowrun Body Shop, and you can type hashtag RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. The drawing will be done at the end of tonight's episode of our returning one-shot show featuring the FrostPunk RPG, which is coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. Now, in Rem Alternis news, we have a few different projects going on. We have the upcoming Rift Zone Contact, which is a revolutionary war game that is both minis-based, but also in AR on your phone. So you can download the app. It'll know how far through RFID your minis are from each other and help you plan your attack. So it's got a low barrier for entry if you want to get into minis wargaming, but it's got all the crunch if you still enjoy, you're a veteran to those mini war games. So check out the link in chat to back that project. Second of all, there's a project that's live right now on Kickstarter. This is from Mark Zickrey, who is a prolific science fiction screenwriter and producer in LA. Mark has worked on IPs like The Expanse, Babylon 5, Star Trek, Smurfs. He-Man. He's done a ton of stuff, and this is his own project with his own production studio. So he doesn't have to sell his scripts to the studios to have them rip it apart. This is all about producing by creators for creators. His Kickstarter for the third installment of Space Command, this is called The Great Solar War, is live now on Kickstarter. So you should check that out. Link is in the chat. Give some support. And finally, featuring today on our stream for the first time ever, we have Rules of Cool, of course, but right after that, we're going to have about 3-hour episode of the one-shot show featuring the FrostPunk RPG. So this is the first time, the world premiere of the FrostPunk tabletop role-playing game. Never been seen anywhere else. Catalyst Game Labs has partnered with 11-Bit Studios and their upcoming FrostPunk 2 to be able to turn the video game into tabletop role-playing game. So you'll get to see the RPG developer or RPG director of role-playing games for Catalyst Game Labs, Jason Hardy. He's going to be GMing the game, and you'll see some familiar faces from Gen Con TV and from Roll with Rem Alternis playing the game alongside him. So check it out. Stay tuned for that. And follow the project on BackerKit in the chat. Yes, Jason is a sweetheart. Thank you, Tyler. Now, let's get right into the interview for this week. So stay tuned, Rem PCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to you guys, Jerry Red and Tiffany Rose.
Hi.
It's good to see you guys.
So glad to be here. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah. Of course. I've been looking forward to this interview. This was one I told Tyler, my schedule has been getting harder and harder. So we really need to do, Tyler, this is a note for you. We need to redo the intro video to have you on it because you do more of these interviews at this point than I do. But I was like, I'm going to go on with my girls, okay?
Yay!
But it's really
good
to have you guys
since like Gary Con together. Yeah. So, right?
Yep. I mean, that was a whole 4 months ago, which means we've been BFFs for
right. Love and blind, me and you.
Listen, okay, guys. So our guilty pleasure here is Love is Blind and Perfect Match and all the crappy TV. It lets us get like our evil side out where we can hate people without harsh consequences. and that just we bonded over that again. Well, I'm super excited to talk to you guys, learn more about you and what you do. So to start us off here, I always like to start the show with this. What is each of your histories as a gamer? Let's start with Jerry.
Okay, so I've always loved games my whole life, and look, but typically it's been I actually played like third edition D&D. I know I'm completely dating myself when I say that because I played third edition when it was the latest edition. So I also that I did LARPing when I was young, except I didn't even know it was called LARPing. It was like I was a complete theater nerd, absolute geek, and I was like, we're just playing. And I didn't know until years later that it was called LARPing. But most of my adult life, it's been like board games and like it's been gatherings and it's been party games and all of that. And then when I got into the genre fiction world from in my writing career, it was such a natural transition to game writing that I immediately moved into creating one-page RPGs. And it has been just like an absolute bullet train of working in the RPG world since. I'm working with Luke Gygax, I'm working with Legends of Avantris, and I am eating up this RPG world right now. And so I've kind of been all over the map as far as games go, but really, really having fun with it these days.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Oh, how neat. Now, what about you, Tiffany?
So, I've been gaming pretty much my whole life. I had a Game Boy Color, Advance, DS. Pokemon was my jam when I was a kid. But I did that board games. It wasn't until I want to say like 2012 that I played my first ever RPG. The first D&D edition that I ever played was 2.5. Actually.
Oh, wow.
So that was the first one I ever was experienced to. But through watching shows like Legends of Avantris, Critical Role, D20, right? Yeah. And yes. And they are what kind of got me into like the obsession of Dungeons and Dragons, which led to me creating Zalia, who was like my first ever true D&D character. And she is the main reason why my book series, Legends of Lemuria, even exists. It all started with her.
She hyperfixated.
I did.
Just a little.
I spent 5 years building a world so I could just write her story, and a whole other slew of characters came out, and I write it like a D&D campaign.
Oh,
so
cool.
books 1 through 5 are books 1 through 4 are the backstory, and book 5 is the campaign.
Cool. So, oh, how neat.
Yeah.
Oh, we're such nerds. It's great.
I know.
That's rule.
So we got to meet at GaryCon this year, and I know you guys are going to a lot of conventions. So what is each of yours favorite experience at a convention that's happened?
Favorite experience at a convention?
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh.
Did you meet someone?
Yeah,
Or did you?
Say, it's very cool at so I'm part of the programming team for GaryCon, which is, for those watching who don't know, and I can't imagine there's many who don't, it's named for Gary Gygax, and it's a memorial, really, is how that convention is run. It's in a very good family community feel. And I just remember, so a lot of times, I mean, when you go to a convention, sometimes as like a guest or an author vendor, you feel a little bit like a carny. And it's just kind of the nature of a lot of the convention scene. And when we went to GaryCon, I remember when I first went there, just like listening to like Luke kind of memorialize his dad at the beginning, and he puts on his wizard's robe and he opens the exhibitor hall and opens GaryCon with like this very touching, speech and thought about like how gaming has connected us. And I was literally moved to tears, and just like it felt for the first time in the convention scene that I'm like, wow, I'm a part of something that connects people. And it was just really special in that regard, because for me, that's my life purpose, is connection. And I think that moment of listening to, Luke speak about that changed my whole perspective on conventions and on game conventions, and made me realize that this was where I wanted to be as a writer as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How about you, Tiffany?
Mine's gonna be a little cheesy, but Milwaukee Comic-Con is where I met this lady, actually. And ever since then, life has done a 180, flipped upside down, and changed and never going back. So, but it's all great stuff. No, it's absolutely for the better. Like, since then, like, I've been able to do my dream job for full time now, like, versus working 3, I'm able to do like the media and marketing that I love to do for other authors and now game companies. That allows me to uplift people in the community, and I love seeing people succeed. And you're
And
kind
you work
of
your own books.
I do
too.
work my own books,
So,
yeah. But it's really special, and she's the main reason why I took the leap of faith and like decided to jump into it. So that's for me, that was a very life-changing day for me. So
gaming does that though, like and I know, yes, there was COVID and stuff like that, but most of my friends are internet friends now, or friends that I've made at cons that I only see a couple times a year, and it's a special industry for sure.
It is.
Yeah.
Cool. So now we talked a little bit about this in our little tech chat before we went live, but do you have a favorite convention?
Yeah.
You can go.
Yeah. So for me, it is Gary Con by far. That is, I've never been to Gen Con, so sorry, Gen Con. I know this is on your show, but it's because I haven't been there. But no, Gary Con has a very special place because I had been to a lot of conventions and I've met a lot of people, but I have never been to a convention where it literally felt like I could sit down and talk to anyone and I would feel welcomed and accepted and they would want the conversation. They're like, that's how we met. I literally just was like, you want to join us?
My group left and I was like, Jerry was in cosplay and I was like, you look cool.
Yeah. I do my little green gems every once in a while.
Right. So it was
Rope
like,
me in.
Yeah. I mean, she's easy to get you to rope in. So, but no, like really, it's just one of those very special, like your whole thing about Luke talking about his dad and like, you could tell there's just so much love that goes into that convention, and it showed, and I felt it. So, and that I've never felt that at a convention ever. So
that's awesome.
And, yeah, I mean, and I would say like it's hard not to choose that, but I do see like as somebody who's now like working very regularly in the gaming industry, in the author gaming industry, that little weird intersection. I mean, I think that I don't have like a favorite. I mean, they all have different like little things that I like at each of them. I mean, I work with some of the Nerd Street conventions, which aren't even gaming conventions, but we put together really great programming, that kind of talks about that intersection of gaming and writing. And, certainly with GaryCon, obviously we've both spoken to its specialness, but like, this year we have the opportunity where you wouldn't have this opportunity almost anywhere else in the world, that when we do this game, we're going to be playing like, I lost track of how many hours, but we have games going from like 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. for like days and days. And you can nowhere else in the world can you, other than Gen Con, be in front of that many people who have that shared passion of gaming and get to like play that many games with that many diverse different people and people of different gaming backgrounds and different human backgrounds. And like, there's something very special about being there. And I think it's going to be really special this year because of getting to share that with our game master team and like
that's
just
awesome.
How cool that is.
I can't wait to get into that part of the conversation. I agree. I feel like Gen Con, it feels like the first time I stayed overnight in New York City and I couldn't sleep because I'm like, I'm missing something. Like, there's so much happening out there. Cool. Awesome. All right. So, Jerry, let's kind of focus a little more toward getting into Dungeon Race RPG. When did you first start developing games? I know you talked a little bit about D&D 3.5 or 3.
Yeah. So it was, I did play then. I was not like a creator at that time. Honestly, it's sort of been one of these areas that, unlike most authors, I like math. Like, I don't mean like all of like the math. I don't like all the maths, but I do like, like the puzzling math, and I like the formulas and stuff like that. And I've always like enjoyed being able to play with that. And even as a writer, so I've been like writing for 30 years, my writing style has always actually been a gaming writing. It's like got puzzles, and it's got little like clues and stuff, and all of this stuff that like feeds together to make the whole. And so when I started my sci-fi series, and you and I were talking earlier how much like The Expanse, right? So, which began as an RPG for those who don't know, and like I was so stylistically drawn into them that I knew the second I started writing at Fault, and they were already my stylistic like mentors, that I wanted it to be a game. So I started in the way that I could start, which was from this novel approach. And I'm like, okay, well, obviously I've written this very factional story. Well, clearly it's a game. I'm like, this makes sense to me. And I literally just started kind of creating it. And so the book came out in 2022, and by in April of 2022, and by October of that year, I had started doing these one-page RPGs that were like the maps from the book, because I have an amazing artist, Cass May Hall, and they did all these maps. So I was like, okay, well, here's the map and here's the factions, and have fun. And it was like literally, so like basically from then up until what is happening, this summer, it's been just like tweak this, add this, do that, and now it's finally
full circle.
It's going to becoming it's going to be a full system. And so it's been a little bit of experimentation to start out with, and then baptism by fire to finish.
That is not said lightly.
I don't know if that kind of answered it.
Yeah. Gosh. So tell us a little bit about the creation of Dungeon Race RPG. Like, let's start with, what is it?
Okay, so I'll let you kind of give your, like, you have all of the branding words around this. Well, she takes my many, many words, because I don't write little, and she makes them into sweet and small.
Yeah. So Dungeon Race RPG is a faction-raced RPG system where we can scale a game pretty much from 6 players up to 48. And can be played in many different versatile ways, such as at home at the game table, conventions, game stores, or even eventually online play. Cool. So it is a very expansive system that we wanted to be unique, and we take the worlds from books such as the Fault Line series to play in the settings. So you have a favorite world, now you can play in it.
Cool. So you can skin it with the game you like, and you can go from 6 to 48. How does it work?
Yeah, sure. So it starts out, so basically, the way that we're playing it in its release is its originally intended format, which is the tournament style. So each faction actually has their own table, and they are traveling on a map and across that map, so like here's one of our maps. Across that map, they have like all of these different objectives that they have to meet along that map. But at the same time that they are doing it, all of the other factions are doing the same thing. They might have a different portion of the map, but their objectives are the same. So as they're playing, they're on a clock. So the adrenaline is like, so it's like they're on a clock, and if they cross another table on their map, they can actually impede the other table or assist the other table, depending on how that might work out. And basically, so it starts in this very team-centric, like you around your table, you are a team but you have all these other teams that are also working to get to that second part of the mission where there's a little twist that we give them. So they have all these objectives that they meet in the first half, and then at the end of that, they get a little twist, and they send forth, like each of those tables send forth one champion. So only one champion goes to that center table
For a PvP type
Yes.
style.
Ooh.
and then in that second part, while there are two different things that can happen, either like all of those assists and impediments that they earned that weren't used, they can actually come to that piece of the tournament. Or there's actually, in some of the 4-hour versions we're playing, at the same time that PvP tournament's going on, the players who aren't the champions that were sent forward, they're actually battling for the right to send forward their assist or impediment in order to achieve the big final objective. So that's kind of like, that's the original way that we wrote it. And then we realized
we do have a tournament like that is still happening.
Yeah.
Just on the 21st here
true.
at Warp Storm, a local
right here in
game store.
Milwaukee.
Yeah. But we ended up actually realizing that we needed to be scalable depending on how many game tables we get at different conventions. So at Gen Con, where we originally were planning for 6, we got 2. So that means we have to take 6 factions, because Earth After the Melt has 6 factions. And so 2 people per faction at a table of 2. And so some are working together and some are not. So they basically have their different groupings, and their groupings are basically going head to head at one another. And eventually will send forth their champions.
And it's been really interesting because I think that we were forced into, we had started out with having 6 tables with our amazing hosts. We're really grateful. I have to shout out Lurking Fears and Sanctuary at Home. And we started out with having these 6 tables, and when things shifted around and they're like, okay, you have actually more games, but it's 2 tables each, it forced us to get really creative. And it forced me to do that math that I'm not afraid of as an author and go, okay, how does this work? But it's really cool because it helped us to come up with multiple approaches, come up with a home table approach, come up with like,
It's now more flexible because of it. So thank you.
I'll be interested.
Mother of invention, right?
I'll be interested to see it at Gen Con. I definitely want to come see it. Because it sounds like
we have a seat for you. We have a seat for you. Just let us know.
Yeah.
the way you describe it, my mind is almost like it's kind of like a LARP escape room. Blood on the Clock Tower, where people are getting up and going and talking over here.
All of it. Yeah. It's kind of like it has that escape room feel, but with like the murder mystery role playing style of it.
Okay.
And so like you really have to embody your characters, and those like benefits that you can receive from your GMs, they are dictating it based off of how you're role playing. You have to fight sometimes with your GM being like, this is really good. Like, I am passionate about this. My character, it's in the traits, it's in the features of what we're doing. And it's like, and you get to be passionate about your characters. And that, I think that was like a big portion for us.
We actually have rolled that in as like passion and resistance slots, and passion is an offensive thing, and you only have 3 passion slots. You better argue that thing good, and you get bonuses for passion, you get bonuses for resistance. And we wanted to make it very human and story centric.
Neat. Oh, that's so cool. All right, so you mentioned that you can skin it for whatever you want, but what do you have available as you're demoing this and stuff like that? What literary works do you pull from? Or plan?
So we're starting out. So our inaugural series, because we're like, who's going to be the guinea pig? And we made ourselves the guinea pig. So the Broken Fault Line series is the one that the initial one is based on. And so, but what we did is the system, it's like, so every time that it's played, we made it so that we're working with an author or a screenwriter in some cases, or somebody who's working with another game system, that we're going to be able to say, okay, the mechanics are going to stay the same. Like the way that this works is going to stay the same, but your adventure is going to change. Your linguistics might change. So when we do a fantasy world where we have like technology in my sci-fi 2900s world, we might have like magic, but it's going to work like mechanically the same. So the idea is that we work side by side. So next year we're looking at doing Legends of Lemuria. We're going to do Tiffany's, but we're also looking to, we want to get a horror series. I'm meeting with somebody who has a procedural. We want to get an action type of action adventure type of series. We want to work with some of these other incredible gamers that we know who maybe have their systems in their world in another system, and say, hey, wouldn't you love to see it in the DRR system?
Cool. So a faction race between what's already built, just changing the mechanic a little bit and doing some cross partnering.
Yep. And so really it just, as long as it's factional, that's it.
All we need.
Really, if it's factional and you have a world that exists, we're going to work with you and we're going to honor that initial intellectual property to make sure that it's represented well around the table.
Cool. Interesting. Neat. All right. I'm like, my mind is spinning about thinking about the BattleTech clans and factions and stuff like that.
Yeah. Let's do it. That would be fun though.
Crunchy.
My goal is that we put out 4 worlds a year, and but that we're gonna have to build up to.
We need 14 members. 14 members. I said choose our max for right now. That's where we're going.
Awesome. So you mentioned that it's 6 to 48 players. So how does this work we have this question in the chat, how would this work for a home game versus something that feels more like a LARP with 48 people?
Right.
How do you accommodate both?
Absolutely. So first of all, the core book actually has the breakdown for all of the different numbers of tables.
Yes.
And basically the home table, it's a 6 faction table. And so as a home table, you can choose to play it as a one shot where you literally go through that part 1, you get your twist, you go through that part 2, or you can play it where you have a session 0, each main objective is a whole play session, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility in that. And then you're going to we actually have a milestone advancement, which is our answer to leveling up. It's called milestone advancement. And so we actually have that system where you can turn it into long play and really, really get to know your characters. And I'm almost a little heartbroken even thinking about it out loud and thinking about playing it as a 6 faction table, because when that twist hits, there will have been so much more deep bonding and growth and leveling through these players that have been through so much together that I think it will play really, really differently around the home table when you hit the twist.
Yeah. And I think too that the big thing about the home game, in which it will be in the core book too, is that it'll literally state that this is yours at this point. We're only providing you the building blocks. And I think I even put it in the Kickstarter where we're building something that is true to the novels in which they're coming from, but we're providing you the building blocks to create it as your own. And so we want people to encourage to change the narrative to create as they want. If you don't want each player to have a different faction, you don't have to. It can be interfaction.
An allied game. Yeah, you could actually have one faction going all the way through, and then you don't necessarily have any adversarial interaction within the group. Yeah. And it's only from outside. And they can play so many different maps. Oh my gosh, the number of maps. Even just the one 2-part piece that we're doing at Gen Con has 10 maps.
Yeah.
Wow. So endless maps. Is it also endless objectives? And you refer to the twist. Does the twist mean that it's playability is only once you know the twist, you're done playing it?
No, it's just because the launch hasn't happened. We're being just a little bit sneaky about it.
Yeah. So,
but what it is, it just changes everyone's motive in terms of, instead of it being a team thing to a single player, because we're sending forth those one champions, we needed something to really hone in. And so that's the twist that we're talking about. And we were talking about Warp Storms, the owners of that game store, we were telling them about it because we're running a tournament there, and they were really excited to hear about the in-depth of it.
Cool.
And they were asking so many good questions of well, does that mean that you could end up having no winners? And we were like, Yeah.
Yeah.
It could mean that because of these twists that can happen in the games. And it does not affect playability whatsoever.
Okay.
In fact, it's just because we're launching at Gen Con is kind of why we're like keeping it a little bit.
No, I'm totally for the secrets. I was curious about like,
the play.
is it something where like, for instance, you made me think of another game as you were talking about this, like Betrayal at House on the Hill, where at some point someone's motivation changes because they're the bad guy now. But like there's different scenarios of that, so you can replay it, and there's always a different reason someone's a bad guy or what their motive is or something. So it's that replayability was what I was more leaning toward.
Definitely a lot of that. And then even in the longer play, when people get into the book, in addition to providing the objectives, we're providing here's what's on the map, basically like a grid, like a map gridding where it actually says, but in this square, there's all this other stuff. So there's all these other adventures and shorter missions and shorter objectives that can also be had, throughout the play.
Yeah, and encounters can be built too by GMs. So like at an at-home table, they can be customizable to whatever the GM is really wanting to put their players through.
Cool. Okay. So I guess in the core rule book or how do you plan to present the concept of, like, I know when you're demoing, you talked about using your book, Jerry. But if I bring this home and I don't know your book and I have this core book and I want to skin it for Shadowrun or FrostPunk or something like that, how am I guided to do that?
Sure. Like the core book is broken down, and it goes through, here's how you create your character sheet. Here are your dice mechanics. These are like, here are the things that are game master prerogative. Here are the things that make DRR as a system unique. And it's going to talk about your passion and resistance, your assists and impediments. And there's so much, like, it really is step by step. It walks you through, this is what this system looks like. As far as like the fact that, we're using this book series this time, that I think it'll become even more and more evident when we then do another one that's like, oh, this is this DRR system, but this is the fantasy world, and this is a DRR system, and this is the horror world. And I think the more worlds that come out, the more people are going to see how easily the system transfers. It's very, very adaptable. And so I hope that the way that we've put the core book together, that it is very much like it's step by step by step, so that when people are playing it through this time, they're able to just, it'll be very understandable and playable. We've got a number of our GMs and some other beta readers that are going to help us with that. But then also, I hope that people are starting to, just like you're thinking of different games and different stories, I hope that other people are going to do that too, that they're going to go, oh, I can picture this for this. I can picture this for this. And that's actually what we'd like to become. It's kind of like an indie publisher, game developer, where we're working with people who have, like, I would really like to see this gamified, and we would love to be able to work alongside them to make that happen.
So how do you, I'm on the Gen Con website, under the events guide. So how do we find, I just typed in Dungeon Race RPG and it gave me a ton of D&D to play.
Yeah. If you search Earth After the Melt.
Yep. That's the name of the campaign.
Yeah.
Earth After what?
Earth After the Melt.
Oh, after has one A in it. Earth After. There it is. Okay.
So there's a whole bunch of games. We were, unfortunately, because of our shifting of tournament, after all the events went live, ours went live about 3 weeks later. So we missed that initial live event date. But the good news about that is, hey, come play the game.
You play the space. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I think we have maybe 1 or 2 sold out games, but there's plenty. Come play.
Earth After the Melt. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to just leave that window up over there. Cool. Okay, so Dungeon Race RPG, I see the website that and the Instagram and stuff like that. So is the whole business based around Dungeon Race RPG, or is there other games coming down from you guys?
So we do have something else.
Yeah.
So we've kind of decided to tie into creating the one-page RPGs, and that's where.
So I created what we are calling one-page D4 dungeons, right?
Yeah, it's one-page dice dungeon. And
Sorry,
it's one
my name of what I wanted it was apparently taken, and I'm still working over it. So I'm gonna keep messing it up because I want to say my name. No one else has. But so it's a truly D4 system. So but it's a one page. It utilizes some of like the parts, like the terminology really of what is already in DRR. But it's kind of its own separate thing that we will be able to write any genre in it. So, and it'll be 100% customizable to any world. So it's literally the most easiest system. There's no character sheet that's even necessary for it because it's that simple to play. You could literally play it in the car on a road trip with your friends. Like you just need a dice tray to make sure the dice doesn't roll under one of the car seats.
Yeah. So it's been super fun. Like we've done.
Yeah.
Basically, we have these one-page RPGs, but we're like, we need the mechanic for them. But we want the mechanic to be as simple as the one-page RPGs, right? And so, Tiffany says, oh, I have this whole thing and I was working on this and all we did is just kind of, we tweaked and we pulled in a few of the Dungeon Race RPG mechanics that are ones that I created because we did have another consultant that worked with us as well. So we made sure they were like pieces that I had created that were like the passion, the resistance, some of the linguistics, some of the other things that we did. And then married that to what Tiffany had already created. And that's our first one-page dice dungeon.
And the reason why I created it was because at GaryCon, me and my friend Donovan Shear, Studio Moonfall, he created this like goblin one-pager, but he didn't have like a ton of mechanics on it yet. And so I just started creating the mechanics as we were sitting, as like people were buying stuff. And so we would play this system that I made behind with these raunchy goblins he came up with, and I was just like, I want to make this an actual game because you could use it for literally anything, like any world, any idea that you come up with, even right there on the spot. It's just once you know the mechanics, you know how to play the world, and
so there's more coming.
Yeah, and we want to actually put out one for each of the polyhedron dice. So this one, we started with D4 and we're going to work our way up. And then I'd also like to eventually board gamify my series as well, because that's actually the direction I originally thought it was going to go into.
Awesome. Cool. All right, so I'm going to ask you one more question before we start to wrap up here. It's already getting close to 10 minutes of the hour. It went fast. So as writers, let's play Desert Island.
Oh,
you can only bring one book. What's it going to be?
No, there's too many.
Okay. Oh my gosh, it's such a hard thing to ask a writer. I think, and I'm going to sound like, I don't know, either old or pompous or something, but I think I would have to go with something from Shakespeare, because I think I would continuously be able to dig into it and read it differently and twist it and play with the language and look deeper into the meaning. And so I think it would be something that I would continuously enjoy reading over and over again and finding ways to make it different.
I love that answer. I own Shakespeare's folio. Have you ever heard about Shakespeare's acting technique, folio acting technique?
No.
We need to talk about this. We'll look it up, guys.
Set up another talk.
But I got to train with someone who's a certified expert in Chicago on it, and oh my goodness. Okay. What's your answer, Tiffany?
So when I was growing up, I had literally for years one book in my purse that I would always have, like without a doubt, no matter the purse, no matter the size, I'd always have it with me. And it's The Secret Garden. I don't know. I've read it so many times. It's so like, I don't know. It feels homey to me. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have my own little secret garden up in my own head. So, but yeah, I love that book. So I would probably say it had to be that one because that's the only book that I've reread to the point where the pages are worn.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Aw, cool. Now, I will ask you guys one more question because Tyler told me to stall a little bit because we've got someone coming late to the next show.
Okay, we're happy to stall.
Do you guys have anything else exciting coming down the pipeline?
Yeah,
I mean, you have like just writing wise, my series is going to be done in 2025, like the rest of the Legends of Lemuria before the counter series starts after that.
Yeah.
You have Galilean.
Galilean Origins is my next series. That's a duology that comes after Broken Fault Lines finishes this year. I'm actually just like this summer I hit my 120th published title across all my different publishers, and so that alone is just kind of, it's exciting to think that I've been doing this that long. So
and the one dice
the one-page dice dungeon.
It's my thing, and I don't know, but that comes out this fall actually. So so that'll be out before Earth After the Melt.
Awesome.
In terms of like accessibility,
as far as because we'll still be in the fulfillment of
our
time.
Kickstarter, which our Kickstarter is going live on the 23rd.
Oh wow!
Right before Gen Con, so our Kickstarter will be going during Gen Con, and I do want to make sure, since we do have this extra time, so you'll see our whole team on there. So it's myself as the content developer, Tiffany as the brand developer, and we've also had Kelly Williams working as a consultant with us on the mechanics as well.
That's so cool. Awesome. Cool. Well, where is everywhere we can find you? We've gotten the website and the Instagram is in chat. Where else?
We're on TikTok. We have our Discord. We have our pre-launch Kickstarter, Facebook.
Pretty much you can find us.
You can find us. We have a Twitter and a Threads account, and
I would say for me, like as an author, if you're just wanting the books and it'll get you to the games as well, it's really easy. It's Red Writes Books. It's redwritesbooks.com. That'll get you to me. It'll get you to the Dungeon Race RPG stuff. It'll get you to all the stuff and your author pages.
Oh yeah, and then I'm TR Nickel. And then _ ink, INK, because I thought I was hilarious when I was thinking all
She is hilarious.
So it's TR Nickel pretty much everywhere. I'm the first thing that pops up on Google, or if you add an ink _ ink on pretty much any of the socials, I'm there as well.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, Tyler, we're getting close to that time. Do you want me to stall a little bit more? Okay.
We gotcha.
All right.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Was wonderful speaking with you, as I was expecting. So thank you for your energy, all you do for the community. If you are going to Gen Con, look up Earth After the Melt to get your tickets, and maybe I'll see you there at the table. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back after this. Hey everyone, don't forget we have a wonderful giveaway of a copy of Shadowrun Body Shop. Type #RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win, and don't forget to get your bonus entries. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. Thank you all so much for joining. Now, on to our episode of the one-shot show of the FrostPunk tabletop role-playing game. See you there, RemPCs. Bye.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey there, everyone. Oh, and I am incredibly loud. I am so sorry for that. All right, and we are back on Gen Con TV with FrostPunk. Today we have a fantastic one-shot show, and of course, we do have what's your title now, Jason? It's senior line developer, I believe.
Creative director
I'm
of the
so
RPG division.
Right. You get upgraded every other day, I feel like.
Sure. I mean, this is my second title in 15 years, but sure.
Well, one has been just since I've known you, so it feels a little
It feels more rapid, yeah.
exactly. But I'm still incredibly loud. But we are kicking off this game, and everyone here is incredibly new to the system, including the writer of the system himself. This is a winter wasteland that everyone is subjected to. That you have to deal with political strife, resource scarcity, and we all have to figure out a way to survive under the merciless rule of our dear captain. And throwing it over to you, our dear captain.
So, just to give you a little background on the FrostPunk setting. What happened was, in around 1886, winter came in really hard, very cold, and it never left. And it got colder and colder. People had already had some hints that winter was going to be bad, and they started making some preparations, but it accelerated even beyond their expectations, and so all the preparations had to be moved forward quicker than they were ready for. Some of those preparations involved building massive steam generators in lands to the north. So they would be the hub of the cities that they would build so that they could keep warm. And lots of people went up to these cities, not as many as they thought because the frost came so fast. Lots of people died. There was lots of illness. There was lots of destruction. Most of civilization was lost. But some people managed to survive around these large steam generators. It does not get warm at all. You don't have seasons anymore. You have cold and colder. If it ever gets to 0 degrees Fahrenheit, you would rejoice. So you have to make do in a very, very cold world. Generally, that means making do with your steam generator, making do with hubs of heat that operate from generator pushing out steam to areas around it in the city. And you have crucial machinery to make sure your city functions. You have coal mines, you have sawmills, you have 2 different types of buildings for food. You have where the hunters go out and find whatever animals have managed to survive the apocalypse. And you have greenhouses, hothouses, to try to grow whatever vegetables, and especially fungi, that you can make survive in the cold and can grow quickly. Of course, then have cookhouses to prepare those foods. You also, let's see, I said coal mine, and steel mills. You also have to make your steel for buildings. The buildings started out very ramshackle, sometimes a few boards of wood covered by canvas. But as time went along, people learned how to make the cities a little better. You've got sturdier buildings, covered yourself from the wind better, and about 10 years have passed since that initial Great Frost. So you've managed to survive. The overall survival of humanity isn't as in doubt as it used to be, but it's still a difficult existence because, as I said, you can't be outside for long. Right now, it is summer. The sun comes up at about 4:30 in the morning, but generally you wouldn't know that because the city of New London is built in a pit. That gives it some shelter from the winds, but that also means that it takes a while for the sun to actually come up over the edge of the pit and shine down into the city. The good news about the sun rising so early is sometimes you can get up early enough before your workday starts, and a 10-hour workday is considered a short workday. You can get up before the workday starts and maybe see the sun start to cross over the rim of the pit that holds the city, and you can see it glint off the ice. And for a moment, it actually looks pretty. The world looks like it's enjoyable and pleasurable. And you take in that view, and then the wind kicks up again and hits you in the face, and you remember that everything about the atmosphere is designed to kill you. So you put your clothes back on, cover your skin, and get back to work. Even in the summer, the temperature is not going to get to 0 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is not an easy life, and there are trade-offs that have to be made all the time. You are residents of New London. New London at the moment is just under 1,000 citizens. It has fairly even levels of hope and discontent. People believe that they can make it to the future, but sometimes the decisions of the captain of the city and just the circumstances they're in make them less happy than they would like to be. So we have 4 of you who are residents of New London. And I'll read off the characters, and you can raise your hands to indicate who you're playing. We have Clara Kevin, who is an engineer. Martha Sweeney, a doctor. Justin Camburn, sometimes called Holy Camburn, who is a priest. And Arnold Pierce, a hunter, if I remember correctly. Is there anything more you'd like to say about yourselves before we put you on your mission?
I am the most handsome woman that you've ever met.
No doubt.
With the deep voice and everything, right?
Exactly. I'm a metal worker. It's all of the little bits of, shrapnel that pop up. See what I did? Shrapnel? Sorry. Keep going.
So one morning,
Trying, buddy.
I will. I probably won't.
one morning you are called into the captain's office. It's very prestigious to be called into the captain's office. There are no permanent special forces or anything. There's not a permanent military. There are some guards in the city. But whenever some top secret mission needs to be done, rather than call on a special group of pre-chosen people, the captain selects individuals from the city that he believes can handle the job. You 4 are called in. It's exciting and intimidating because you're going to be asked to do something not easy, but you're going to be asked to do something important for the city. So you go into the captain's chambers, are seated down, you get the privileges that come with meeting with the captain. That means a cup of hot water that is, in fact, lightly flavored with tea. Lightly. And if you think there's cream and sugar, I don't know what world you think you're in. There is not.
Oh.
And the captain starts to address you with a question. He says, are you familiar with someone who is called the custodian?
Is there a skill test for knowledge or memory?
Sure. Why don't you give me... So when you make rolls in FrostPunk, you're doing 3 dice. It's a feat roll. And it's a skill plus an attribute plus a D8. So for this one, we will make it awareness plus ingenuity plus D8. If you do not have that skill, just roll a D4.
I have an uptick next to my awareness. It's a D4 plus an uptick. So that means after everything for the feat's been selected, something happens, right?
That means once you have those 3 dice, you can upgrade one of them. So if you have a D4, you could upgrade it to a D6. D8 would go to D10, and so on. D12 does not upgrade.
Well, I have a D10 in my ingenuity, so I will upgrade that to a D12.
D10 would upgrade to 12, yes.
Excellent. Let me put that in real quick. 17.
17. You have, in fact, heard of the custodian. There's a lot of stories about the custodian. The custodian is reputed to have agents all across the Frostland, people who infiltrate every city. Not that there's a lot of them, and New London is the largest of them, but there are people in every city gathering information, and what makes people the most nervous is they don't know what he's gathering information for. What does he want to do with this information? Is he going to take over cities? Is he going to try to connect them? It's unclear.
Yes, I'm aware of the custodian. I understand that he is a mysterious individual and that he has agents working for him all over the place, Captain. What does you summoning us here have to do with the custodian?
I'm glad you know all of that, and I'm glad you've heard of the custodian because we need to eliminate this menace from our city. As you well know, the custodian is not from New London. If he was, I'm sure, would have rooted him out long ago. The last thing we need in our city is an outsider meddling in our ways. We have survived for 10 years through every circumstance humanity can imagine. And we don't need someone who lives out in who knows where telling us how to run our city or investigating our affairs. So I want you to find this agent of the custodian who has infiltrated our city and escort them out. They are never to set foot in New London again. Now, I can help you in that task. Obviously, whatever agent the custodian managed to put into our city came recently. So I have a list of our most recent arrivals to the city. Those are the people you should focus on to root out the agent. They are Agatha Mungrave. She works at the steel mill. Beatrice Stokes, who is a hunter. Frederick Grindle, a medic. James Comstock, a priest. And Nellie Renfro, an engineer. You might be wondering why you were summoned, why this team was put together. You should notice that some of those people are where you, as individuals, work. So you have the connections to find these people. What methods you use are up to you, whether you decide to confront the people directly or start asking their superiors and other leaders of the city is up to you. I don't care. Well, I do care how the job gets done. Don't make people angry. We're riding a little bit of a delicate edge right now, where if we make people angrier, we could tilt the balance of the city into someplace I don't want to go.
You want us to throw someone out in the cold,
I lost the last part of your sentence there.
Can't hear anything.
It sounded like it was going to be very.
You want us to throw someone out to the cold and dark? You don't want us to make anyone angry. There is no nice way to toss someone into the cold and dark. They're going to be angry at us. Their friends are going to be angry at us afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Allow me to refresh your memory about who you're talking to here. I have been leading this city for a decade. I have seen us through good. I have seen us through bad. I have seen us through near disaster. Do you think this is the first time we've sent someone out into the cold? We've done it plenty of times. The secret is convincing people it's necessary. So yes, that's part of the job. Find the person, help them leave the city, but people should also understand why we're doing it and why it's important that we make that decision.
So what is the religious control in this city? Is it heavy or is it sporadic? Is it zealous? What's the
in the FrostPunk world? You have two basic divisions of faith and order. Okay. And those are two different ways of motivating the city, whether you use rules or you use faith. Faith is a very broad term, and so it can mean just about any sort of set of beliefs that could be used to inspire people and bring them together. It can sometimes tip over into zealotry, but in New London at present, it has not gone that far. So the religious presence is strong, and the church is a respected entity, but they don't dominate the city, and they also have not made that tip over into zealotry, where they're quite on the burn the infidel level. Do you have any more questions for me before you go about your task?
Is
Feel
there
should
no
be
other way
something
to
ask.
is there no other way to handle this?
What do you suggest?
I'm well aware that we're known as, you know, the last city on Earth, but there's other settlement just.
We're going to
We're
we're going to exile all 5 of them, or I mean, is this what you're
If you tell the agent of the custodian to go to another city and they find their way to another city, then it becomes that other city's problem. I'm not trying to tell them not to go somewhere else. In fact, I encourage them to go somewhere else. AC is our special guest star. No, not right now. No, I mean, if that's how you solve the problem, exiling all the people, if that's how you decide to solve the problem, you can try to justify that as the best thing that you can do, but do you really think that's the best you can do?
If the best that we can do is to kill someone, I don't know. I regardless, if they're out of our hair, that's the goal. So that absolutely works.
If you have a better solution to why we should allow someone to meddle into our affairs, I'll listen. I'm a reasonable person. I think I've shown that throughout my rule over the city.
You have, Captain. You have.
Thank you.
What has the custodian done as far as meddling in the affairs? I apologize. I'm an inquisitive individual. I know of the custodian, but not what the custodian has done.
We wish we knew, but there have been stories across all cities, stories of a lumber mill that breaks down, of a shaft collapsing in a coal mine and people can't explain it. Was that the custodian meddling in the affairs of that city? Some say yes. And if there's even a chance that he would do that to our city, that's a chance I can't take.
Right. The city must survive.
Exactly.
I will thank the captain. I don't have any other questions. Martha doesn't look like she wouldn't ask more than at least one. Player-wise, Frederick was the medic.
Frederick Grindle was a medic, yes.
Yes.
James Comstock.
The priest.
What?
Priest.
The priest.
That's the 2 pieces I missed.
Who was the hunter? Was that Beatrice?
Beatrice
Yes.
Stokes is the hunter, yes.
Do we know when they arrived, each of these people?
They all arrived within the past 4 months.
Is that just like a blanketed, they arrived in 4 months, we don't have an exact date and time?
No, you have exact dates. Some of them were more recent, but it's spread out over those 4 months.
Okay.
Or they figured that was the right time frame for when they started hearing rumblings about an agent of the custodian being in the city.
Has anything happened yet?
That's what I was going to ask next. Has anything happened?
Not that has been specifically pinned on the custodian, but that's the whole nature of the custodian, is no one's able to pin anything. So, there's always machines breaking down. A steam hub has to be repaired. One of the night watch towers had a weak leg that people were worried had been sabotaged. And anytime there's something people can't explain, the custodian is a convenient boogeyman to blame it on.
Anything extreme or?
No, not in the past few months.
It's Westover, correct?
Correct.
Lieutenant Westover, don't you think that...
Regent Westover.
Apologies, sir. Do you not believe that it would be good to continue to have this possible scapegoat? I'm just trying to be honest with you.
I appreciate that.
does this not directly benefit you to have the ability to say that whatever issue we may have, it was the custodian?
What benefits me is to not have the issue in the first place.
Well, like you said yourself, these issues pop up anyways.
I've heard too many stories to be comfortable. Let me ask you this question. If the custodian has any of our benefit in mind, why has he not revealed himself? Why does he send people in secret? Why does he not open up relations with us and discuss and maybe form an embassy or do any of the things that a foreign power should do if they want to have access to our city? He does none of those things. So why should I extend my trust to him when he has extended nothing to us?
Absolutely fair, sir.
I think Martha's asked enough, but I don't think as a player I can pick anything else out. So I'm ready to step out of the captain's office.
All right. So if you are done with your questions, then you can make your way out into the city and decide what your first step is. There are leaders of all the locations where the people work, but there are also the people themselves. Given that you have been working in those locations, you at least know the people in a passing way that share the same profession with you. So Justin would know James, since they're both priests, and Martha would know Frederick. So you have some awareness of these individuals.
For the priests themselves, do I know if this person is above me or at the same level, below?
Yes, you do. They are below you. You have been in the city for a while, so you're a fairly well-established priest. And as a newer priest, then he has less seniority and less authority.
What the hunter, Beatrice Stokes? How good a hunter is she?
Go ahead and give me an awareness plus, was it ingenuity? Yes, awareness plus ingenuity roll. And
Okay.
a D8.
That would be a 16.
Yes, you've actually heard stories ever since she came along that she is an above average hunter with the possibility to become even better with more training. There are some rawness to her technique, but her instincts and her accuracy are all very good, and most of the hunters have been happy to have her join the ranks.
Okay. I'm going to go talk to Beatrice. See if I can feel her out as to her status hunter to hunter. And we'll see how that goes.
All right,
then,
so it is the morning. This is when the hunters have just arrived back. The hunters tend to go out at night and do all their hunting and then come back in the morning. They don't retire immediately. They usually take a meal, lounge together, and talk. So you would be able to go to one of the hunters' huts and have a conversation with her while she starts to ease down and get ready to get some sleep.
Okay.
So what is your approach toward her going to be?
Well, I would have ditched the others to make
Others,
sure.
are you allowing yourselves to be ditched?
Yeah.
All right.
And so, how have things been? Well, you've been here about 4 months.
I'm far better than the city I came from. I think you're much more organized and honestly more skilled than I would have believed. I know this sounds immodest, but in the city I lived in before, I was like one of the best hunters. But here, clearly not even close to the best. You all really are quite skilled, and there's a lot that I'm just picking up each night watching, and so it's really good to just improve my technique. And the city is far better built than any city I've ever seen since leaving, of course, after the Great Frost.
All right, good. I've heard really good things about you.
What was that?
There's just one problem.
What was
Now, I want you to know this isn't a deal breaker, but you do got to be honest. Are you here at the behest of anyone else? I will back you. You're a fellow hunter. I will back you, even if you are, because you're good. You're good for the community. But it's something you got to be honest.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion plus influence plus D8 roll.
Persuasion. Okay. Well, if you don't have that skill,
then it's a D4.
That is a D4. Okay. Persuasion plus influence. Okay. This is not my strong suit, but I am giving her a lot of loyalty.
Because you know Beatrice and got off to a good start in the conversation, give yourself an upgrade.
Okay. We'll take that. Then that'll be actually no boost. Actually it doesn't. Give myself an upgrade. Okay. Drop that down. 2d6s instead. Wow. Okay. That's something special. So
how special?
Without the upgrade, I was at 16. When I re-rolled with the upgrade, I was at 6. But I took the upgrade, so I rolled a 6.
Not how upgrades are supposed to go.
No, it's not, but it doesn't help that I rolled 2 1s.
No, it does not. So she takes a step backward, and you can read some at least mild frustration on her face. And say, is this another question about being new to the city? Because everyone here seems to have a problem with people who aren't born here. I mean, none of you were born here.
I don't have a problem with anybody. I don't have a problem with you being new. Sorry, I'm doing this badly. I thought I made sure I made that clear. I don't have a problem with you. I like you. You're a good hunter. You got a good shot at surpassing me, which means I don't have to work as hard, which I don't have a problem with that. You're fine, but there is questions, and I want to be able to make sure you're okay because you are a good hunter. And the truth is out in the snow, and you've shown what you can do in the snow.
The only thing pushing me to be here is whatever illness swept through New Essex that I wanted to avoid.
That is
here.
That is perfect. Thank you. That's all I needed.
I appreciate your trust.
Nope. Good day. Get some sleep. You deserve it.
I will. Thank you.
So I head back out to hunt down the others that I ditched.
All right. So you report back. What do you tell them when you get back together?
She's got a valid reason for being here. There was illness in New Essex. Came here. I trust her. She's being too good. Besides, she's a hunter. It's tough for us to sabotage stuff, especially with how we do with our sleep patterns and everything like that. No, she's too good to be lying to me. I think we can rule her out. We can take her off the list.
All right. You have the recommendation from your own hunter that Beatrice should not be on your suspect list. What are you going to do about it, and what's the next step?
I definitely feel that we should, respectively look to those individuals that we work with and decide how to move forward. So I will take the lead on the next one to go speak with Frederick Grendel, or at least, what do I know of Frederick Grendel? Since he's only been here for
plus ingenuity plus D8.
Awareness plus ingenuity. That's a D8. The exact same thing I just rolled. So I'll go ahead and up my D10 to D12. 12 is my total.
Grindel was put into work in one of the medical buildings because he had medical skills, and you always need that.
Okay.
It seems most likely that whatever medical skills he developed happened after the Great Frost. It's not like he had any medical training before he came up to the Frostlands. So sometimes it seems like most of what he knows is just a little bit better than basic first aid. But he's willing. He's a hard worker, so when people tell him to do something, he does it. He doesn't always know how to do it, especially when it comes to something like studying a broken bone. But he's at least willing to learn, and he will do the basic tasks that need to be done. He can put direct pressure on a wound. He can do all the simple things and is willing to do it.
Oh, so he's willing to follow instructions, and he does so well. That's a plus. Is he? So, I think the next kind of thing, and so that's what I know of him. I think the next thing I need to do is kind of like judge his skills by talking to his superior. So I won't go find Frederick, but I'll go find whoever he answers to. And if I'm the one he answers to, then I would be able to judge, because what I think I'd like to know is what his bedside manners are like.
All right, you are not, I mean, no, you're not his superior, so you can go to the chief medical officer of the city and talk to them and see what they have to say.
Okay. And I'm not going to ditch people, by the way. I'm going to let, if these guys want to come along, these guys and gals want to come along with me to go speak with the chief medical officer, I'm okay with that.
Being how medicine, faith, and some organizations very go hand in hand, would I know this person as well?
Which job did you have?
Priest.
You know a lot of the medical people, but you haven't met this one yet, no.
Okay.
So the head medical person in the city right now is Bruce Brook.
Be happy to tag along. Just introduce myself. And...
All right, so you two are going to talk to Bruce Brook, or what about the other two of you? You hanging back or letting them take care of it?
Honestly, at this point, without anyone attempting to ditch Clara, because she just wants to know effectively all, I'd say that instead of going her own way, she'd probably follow as well to try to gather as much information as possible.
All right.
I'd stick along. I'd go along also.
Okay.
So when we arrive at his office, I assume that it's attached to one of the hospitals.
Yes, I mean, his office, such as it is a desk in one of the medical buildings. But there's not a lot of extra space, and there's always people who have colds or other illnesses or have frostbite and need to be treated for that. And so the beds are always in use, and he just manages to have a desk in one of the buildings that counts as his headquarters.
I will, to the others, point out where Frederick Grendel might be, what patients he might deal with if they wanted to go ask questions of that, and I'll head to Bruce Brook's desk.
Bruce greets you friendly. Always happy to see you. You're a valuable asset to the medical establishment, so he's always willing to talk. Good morning, Martha. What can I do for you?
I would have brought with me, I would introduce, I closed out the thing. What was the priest's name?
Justin.
Justin. Morning, sir. This is Justin, and
Oh, of course, I've seen Justin around. I've been to some of these services. I appreciate some of the speeches you've given.
Well, thank you very much.
And what was the hunter's name?
The hunter you're with?
Yes.
Arnold.
And this is Arnold and Clara.
Glad to meet you all. What can I do for you?
We've been tasked with a bit of responsibility from Westover, and so I would like to ask you questions, some important questions involving one of our new assistants, Frederick Grendel. There, he arrived in town recently, and I was wondering about his bedside manners and his qualifications. Part of all having an opportunity is that you give the go-ahead and say for us to be assisting the patients. What made you choose him to be able to work here, other than his? Because from my understanding, his skills are not professional like mine. He picked up along the way, but what other things was it that you thought valuable in Frederick?
I mean, I wish we were at a situation where I could pick and choose, where I had a line of qualified candidates who had medical skill, and they would be the ones that I could hire to work in the facilities. But even though we're better off than we used to be, that's not where we are. We don't have a lot of graduates of London medical schools who have found their way up north that we can stack our ranks with. So he was willing. And honestly, you mentioned his bedside manner. He is just very friendly, I've noticed, with the patients. He's always willing to sit down and talk and learn about them, find out where they came from, what happened to them, and that seems to set them at ease as he talks to them. And one of the beliefs I've come to develop over the past 10 years here is that the mind can play a strong role in healing the body, and that as people feel more hope, they get stronger. And I think Frederick does help people feel a little more hopeful just in his friendly bearing towards them.
Do you feel that he would give charity easily?
I believe so. There have been a number of times that I've asked him to stay a little later. I mean, you remember the flu outbreak of just a few months ago when we had to switch everyone to 14-hour shifts. I didn't hear a word of complaint out of him. And that's rare because many of you complained, and rightly so.
We had to open up the church for that, didn't we?
Yeah. And you were praying all night long, I'm sure, to try to keep the deaths to a minimum. It was a very bad situation, and we appreciate you keeping people warm during that time.
Have we, good sir, had any incidences arise since his arrival that have yet to be understood or explained? Have we come to the missing of any materials, or I hate to use the word, but the only thing I can come up with is sabotage.
Oh, I don't think there's anything that I'd use that word for. You are aware, of course, because you've worked here for so long, of just the constant trouble of maintaining our sheet supply. I mean, I would give my left eye for clean sheets regularly, and every time we clean them and stack them nicely in whatever area we decide to store them in, we get up in the morning and it seems like half of them are gone. And someone's wrapped something, or some child, or some older person, or whoever needs it in a warm sheet, and we can't begrudge them that, but it'd be nice to keep them for once, but they're always disappearing.
I will give a nod. To the other players, if you have a thought, a question I should ask Brooke, I'm more than open to it. At this point in time, I think I've asked the things my character would look toward in this day and age to kind of like probe for suspicion of working with the custodian. Otherwise, we can go speak directly to Grendel, and the hunter down there can put the thumbtacks to him.
I do have one question. Is there anyone that his bedside seems to be more consistent? Maybe he seems to be visiting consistently over the last couple weeks, months.
Well,
that might be something for the ward nurse to know more of than than Nerd Ward.
Nerd ward.
Ward?
The nerd ward.
Ward nurse. That would be something the ward nurse would know, right?
The nerd ward is the whole building. So Bruce thinks about it and says, well, I am, trying to run a medical establishment here, and I don't like to gossip, but I can't help but notice that every time Eleanor Duval comes in and wants a checkup, that he seems to brighten up, and honestly, I like the sight of people making a connection. We have not too many sources of joy in this town, and seeing anyone connect, I like.
Hope is a strong thing in this world and where we're at right now. So I can understand that.
All right. So, so I think other than actually approaching Frederick, I think we're good here. And so far from when we step away from Brooke, I would tell you guys that I trust Brooke's opinion. He doesn't seem to be giving off any idea that there's a problem with Grendel. And again, so I think other than talking directly to Grendel and questioning him, I don't know.
Well, is getting Eleanor in the ward right now, or no?
No. She was sick with the flu during the outbreak a few months ago, and she's come back a few times just to make sure that her breathing is steady and there doesn't seem to be any fluid on her lungs, but she's not there now. She's been healthy.
There was a situation of those sheets going missing, right?
Yes, sheets have gone missing.
Are we still currently in the conversation with the head nurse?
That's up to you. Who are you talking to now? Are you talking amongst yourselves? Or are you going to talk to Grendel?
Talking to just the group at the moment.
We've stepped away from speaking with the.
Why don't we finish our preliminary investigations, and I think that potentially there could be something to do with these sheets. I'm not sure exactly what they'd be using them for, but it seems consistent enough.
Favor.
Clothing.
Agree in favor.
Yes. Trade.
Yeah. Fair. Well, if it's consistent enough and it lines up, it could very well be our guy, but it still seems loose unless we want to.
We also have another individual as well that we could speak with. Mm-hmm. This Eleanor, I'm sure we could find a way either through the church registry or even the captain himself would have an idea of where this lady would live. Somebody has to have records.
I think this is just a love interest.
Right, but sadly, love is a strong emotion, and a strong emotion, of course, would be an ability to coerce, manipulate, control.
I would worry that Frederick Grendel is not necessarily manipulative or manipulated by her. I think he is under the effects of the vapors of his gender.
So you think it's her that's pulling him?
I'm very sure there's some aspect, and I'm holding my hands out. Martha is holding her hands out and making shapes like a figure eight, going, I'm sure there's some aspects of herself that
Clara says he's trying to keep warm at night, and and that's it.
I completely understand it. I'm not trying to judge what you're saying. I'm just.
I need to drop it.
So you're saying the assets are...
potentially there could be something there, but I think a good overview of every name that we've been given by the captain is going to be probably the best way to go.
Well, then let's go speak with Grendel directly, and I will question him most directly about his intentions in the city. Sound like a fine ordeal?
Might be something that we won't want an entire entourage to do, though, if you don't expect.
I think a large number of us showing up would be intimidating, and
Maybe
so-
catch him on his rounds next, something where you could have a natural conversation with him.
yes, I think that sounds like a fine idea. And so I will ditch. What was the words you used, Hunter?
You will. Okay. Do not insult me by saying that you're going to be able to ditch me. If you wish to walk away and have a private conversation, feel free to ask if you can. But please do not say you're going to ditch the hunter.
Oh, so arrogant. I love it.
Arnon, how about we just wait down? We'll wait at the.
Yes, we can wait. If you want to,
in the foyer area where we can stay warm, but I'm not going out in the cold. Not until we absolutely have to.
So when I have an opportunity to meet up with Frederick through his rounds, I'll come up. If he's working with a patient or whatever he's doing, I'm going to start assisting so that we have an opportunity to be working close to each other, and the conversation I can have will, come in comfortably. It is, I'm a higher position in the hospital, so me coming up and helping him and then pulling him to one side, I believe will create a level of comfort when I start asking him sensitive questions about his past and reasons for being in the town.
Okay, so you find Frederick making his rounds, which is taking care of patients in the facility that he was assigned to that day. The way he's taking care of his current patients is there was a child with a hurt arm, so that child has their right arm in a sling, but Frederick has made a small ball out of some strips of cloth and is playing catch with the child in the medical ward.
I will observe. I will watch, observe, cheer them on, and wait for an opportunity for when it looks like the gameplay has come to an end, making sure to at all times be smiling and not give him the impression that I'm about to drag his butt out into the snow.
Okay. He makes a few more tosses at the child, sees you, smiles broadly, and waves. And says, "Martha, did you want in?"
Oh no, Frederick. I would like a moment of your time, if you can spare it. I know that you're busy, but I'd like to talk to you about something.
I don't know if it's up to me. Hold on, David. Can we let the game go for just like a couple minutes? You'll be okay. All right. David says it's good. Let's go talk.
I step out or step away for a moment just to have private conversation with him and be like, it has been asked of me to do some investigations or some questions.
You seem really serious right now.
I know. I want you to understand that my heart is in a good place, and I want to help the hospital.
Of course, your heart's in a good place. I would never think otherwise.
Patrick, do you like it here? Do you like?
Yes, I've been treated so well.
Good. And she's playing with her hands when she does this, so she's being nervous, and she says, where did you come from before you came here? And she's trying to lay it out nice and sweet and being honest and innocent.
Have you ever heard of the place that they now call Liberty, but it was called the Children's Mine before that? And you have. New London has had relations with the Children's Mine to get coal for almost 10 years, almost as long as New London has existed.
I will acknowledge and be like, of course, I am very aware of the Children's Mine or Liberty.
I think it's getting better there. I think they're really trying to break from the past, but most of us that were there remember what it was like 10 years ago, and it's still hard for some people to even conceive that maybe putting young people to work isn't the best way to go. And so once I got old enough, I thought about, maybe it would be good to make a start somewhere else. And you know how things are. It's not easy to travel here. So it took me a while to get transportation and just get the right amount of clothing so I could get to another city. But once I was able to do that, and I'd heard so much about New London, it seemed like the best place to make a new start.
I lighten up. I smile a whole bunch more. She no longer starts fidgeting her hands. Now she's going to reach out and she make the physical contact with the shoulder and be like, "Thank you for sharing that with me. I know that could be rough and maybe even a lot to unburden. You were not, for any reason, told to come here or coerced in any way to come to New London from Liberty?"
Give me a persuasion plus influence plus D8 roll.
Okay. Okay. Numbers. 10.
He says, no, I wanted to come.
Okay. And, that's important. We're just trying to figure something out. Something has happened.
Can I help? What are you trying to figure out?
You can help, and you have helped. And I look at him now. I'm like, beforehand I was standing next to him. Now I'm doing like the reassuring. I'm going to stand right in front of him. I'm going to hold both of his shoulders back, and you have helped. And I just need you to know that I'm very happy with how you're helping us and what you're doing here. Everything I've just asked you is very important, and you answered it, and I feel in the most honest of ways. Thank you, Frederick, for being the greatest person that you could be.
Well, that's really nice of you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'll give him a firm grasp of the shoulder, a pat on the shoulder, and then walk off.
All right.
Because, I don't feel that his answers indicate to me that he has come here under nefarious reasons or for somebody else. So I'm going to find the rest of my investigators, inquisitors, whatever we want to call ourselves, and
depends on your method.
Well, right now it just feels like investigators. But when the pitchforks and the torches come out,
switch to a different
interrogators at that point. I mean,
and I relay to them my empathy and feelings and information from Frederick.
All right, you have been told the results of the discussion with Frederick. What are you going to do? How will you absorb that?
That's impressive. Your hands don't have any kind of bruising on them. How did you provide the proper physical persuasion to get the truth out of Frederick?
I realizing I'm speaking to Arnold, who is a brutish hunter. Hang on. Yep. Okay, I'll reach up and I will touch him gently on the side of the face and say, "It just takes a woman's touch."
I was playing anybody else other than the priest, this would be a completely different conversation right now.
Now I'll pronounce you. Oh, wait.
No.
Not that.
But yeah. And I'll smile and laugh and make eye contact with Clara and then realize that she's a hardworking engineer. Her hands probably have enough callus to count for sandpaper. So I'll realize I'm in this group by myself as being a woman from the late 1800s.
I'm reasonably sure the priest hasn't slapped somebody around in a while.
Clara is
Yeah,
absolutely
too,
more
but-
gruff than either of the men here.
Yeah.
So what
My
was your
hands-
next approach?
So what is your thought on this one?
I think Frederick is just a traveler. He came from a bad situation to try to make better, and I feel honesty comes from him. His honesty is in his words when he spoke and said that he journeyed here for a betterment of his life, and that no one had driven him to be here. I feel that we must look elsewhere to find.
Well, we still have two more to look at. Of course, we've got to check
I have three.
Check the others.
Three.
I still
There's
need to reach out to.
Nellie, and James and Agatha.
Although, before we do that, we are going to cut to a 5-minute break. We will be right back, y'all.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back. Just remember to drop a Rem PC in chat in order to be entered for a chance to win a copy of Shadowrun Body Shop. Also, don't forget that you also get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV. And for every 100 bits that you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, but you can help us players when you... Oh, wow. You know what? You know what? I'm realizing very quickly that it is less and less applicable to this game. Anyways, make sure to drop a Rem PC in chat. Please. Oh, merciful God.
All right. So you have talked to 2 of the people on the list that was given you by Regent Westover. You don't feel that they are strong suspects to be the agent of the custodian. What would you like to do next?
What time of day is it?
It is now late morning. You've been pretty efficient in your use of time.
When would normally there be a large activity at the church?
Normally dinner time.
Okay.
Or right after dinner. People come for evening services and sometimes a late night vigil.
So we can either... I can stop by the church, but there's a good possibility he's not really going to be much... Might not even be there, truthfully.
Or there could be cleaning, because cleaning and just basic church maintenance is good to do during the day when people haven't come yet.
Let's see, who else do we have? We have the engineer, and then we have the steel mill.
I think it's about time to go try hitting up Nelly. Do I know Nelly?
Yeah, you do know Nelly. Go ahead and give me an awareness plus ingenuity plus D8.
So, and then the plus I get to upgrade, or the uptick I get to upgrade
You get to upgrade one of the dice of your choice.
Awareness, ingenuity, and D8. I'll go ahead and bring that up to a D6 plus D10 plus D8. Also, I'm very unused to macros in here. Is it just...
So just as a quick fun fact, we tell you in the FrostPunk rulebook when you should upgrade a low die and when you should upgrade a high die.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Because Randall got that deep into the spreadsheet.
All right. Okay. Does it for like my sake or like as a rule?
No, not the rule. You always get to choose what die you upgrade, but the rule tends to be if you think it's a little higher end DC, you want to upgrade the higher die. If you think it's a lower difficulty class, you want to upgrade a lower die.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Then ingenuity is going up to a D12. So I can just type this into D20. Max is very forgiving as a game master whenever we play Shadowrun.
I just popped up something that should give you the dice so you can type in like 1 in each spot where you're going to go and just hit the button to roll it. Do you see it?
I see the pop-up, but it's not giving me that. But just for time's sake, we can figure it out here in a bit. But I'll just go ahead and roll those individually. Because D4, D12, and D8. 3 and a 9 and a 3. So I'm looking at 15 total.
15. So it would be very difficult to miss Nellie since she arrived at the city because she is an inveterate tinkerer. She is always looking for something that she can make better. Her shift ends and she tends to just go look at any other machine that she hasn't been assigned to work on and see if maybe there's a little valve she can adjust or if there's some shield she can put on to protect the steam vent or whatever. So she's always looking to improve and repair machines. Sometimes her techniques are idiosyncratic, to say the least. Sometimes they're a hodgepodge where she attaches something to something else that she attached, which was attached to something else she attached, so they're a little rickety, but they seem to work most of the time.
And how long about has she been here? I'm sorry if I missed that.
She's only been around 2 months.
Okay. And now is Nellie someone who I have worked closely with before?
Not closely, but you have a passing familiarity with her. You haven't like worked on the same machine at the same time, but you've at least seen her handiwork enough to know that, as I said, she is skilled, but sometimes does things her own way in ways that, if there were any handbooks that still existed, her ways would not be in them. But they work.
Fair enough. I feel as though that Clara would respect that. A fellow innovative inventor. I would. No, there's not going to be any way to craftily come up. I'm honest, painfully so. I'm gonna come right up to Nellie,
Okay.
and say, "Hey, Nellie, are you doing well?"
Yeah, I mean, there's this part of the generator. I've got a really interesting idea for it. I don't know all the names of the parts sometimes, but I think if we attach this one cam over here and kind of alter some of the angles, we might get a little more efficiency out of how that's transmitting steam into power. And any efficiency, a little bit of coal that we save could be useful tomorrow. So that's what I'm going to look at.
Absolutely fair. Actually, what Clara at this point would probably do is, if the rest of the group is still hanging back, I'd like to try to assist.
Would you?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
absolutely. If you can find a way to boost efficiency, absolutely.
Okay, so she walked you over to the generator, and go ahead and give me engineering plus ingenuity plus D8.
These are going to be separate as well. My apologies in advance.
How dare you?
I got 2 6s and an 8. I don't know. Do crits do anything?
No. So
Okay.
what would do something is if there's a threshold, it's each phase success. So you just rolled a 20. If the threshold was 13, then phase successes tend to be about 3. So you would have had 2 phase successes on top of your already success. So that makes it often a better success than what you would have. But what happens in this instance is you take a look at what she was describing and you see what she wanted to do and you kind of grasp what she's getting at. And then you are able to make some good suggestions and say, okay, I understand what you want to do, but did you try this? And did you try this? And maybe if we do it this way, that would work. And so you're going to give her some upgrades on her roll to attempt what she's doing because you rolled so well. And so then you see her eyes lighten as you talk about this. She's like, oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying. So wait. Okay, let me try. And she reaches into the generator and makes some adjustments. You see that she absorbed what you were saying and took it to heart and makes some tweaks. And it looks like some more steam that had been being lost is being kept in the machine and maintaining power. So you won't know for sure until you've done some measurements and tests. But your guess is that you probably just got an efficiency boost out of the generator, which means less coal being consumed and is better for the city overall. And she's really excited. She's like, oh, that was great. Did you see what we just did there? I love that.
No. And Claire's ecstatic, and she's just so happy that she was able to help. And amidst all of this excitement, she forgets any sort of coercion, and she's just like, so do you work for the custodian? I just need to know, because I want to be your friend.
Friend too. Let's be, what the what?
The custodian, the guy who screws around with all of the stuff. There's no way that you're one of them, right? I'm just or that person. I don't know. I just want to be your friend. I really I can't stand that.
Yeah, can we just be friends? And I will act like I don't know who this custodian is because I don't. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's fantastic. All right. Yeah, no. If there's anything else that I can, that in any other projects that you're working on, I'd love to be able to work with you on those.
There's so many. Oh, the wall drill, the wall drill. I think I could get even deeper and get more wood out of it. And we can, and then maybe if we drill deeper, we'll have like a cave, and we can build some residences in the cave after we pull the wall drill out.
Hey, Clara, remember we've got to take care of that thing?
Remember? Right. Looking over at Nelly, she goes, that's what I was talking about earlier. Anyways, thank you. I absolutely.
We'll drill later.
I'll be back later. Lunch, sawdust soup, all of it. And
Excellent.
Then Clara goes back. So
all right.
There's no chance that Nelly can be associated.
That was so adorable. You two were so adorable back there.
You hear
she
some
just has so many good ideas.
Some heavy footsteps approaching you. And you see a person who has no desire to ever approach people subtly. You don't know his name, even though you know his appearance, because everyone knows his appearance. He has a long coat, a heavy hat, thick goggles that he always wears over his face, so you don't really even know what he looks like. This is the Beacon Master. The beacon is the large balloon that flies over the city. It not only helps people from around the area know where New London is, but there is someone perched up in the beacon, so you can look out for anyone approaching the city. And the Beacon Master is tasked with making sure the beacon is in good working order and making sure the people who are up in the beacon are doing their job and reporting back. And he views his job of protecting the city as one of the most important things there is. And he looks. And he has goggles over his eyes, and you can't see his eyes, but somehow you know he's glaring at you anyway. And he says, "You're on the job from Westover, aren't you?"
Claire's the first answer immediately. Yes. We're on one of the jobs from Westover.
And you were talking to Renfro, because you thought that she might be the person you're looking for. Correct?
I don't think that.
You don't think that?
Not at this moment.
What did you ask her? Did you ask her how the generator works?
Well, to answer that question, I first asked her how on earth does she think that she's going to be able to get the efficiency boost off of just condensing the range on the generator, and then actually having it come out in small 1 second by 1 second bursts. And then after that, we went on to a longer conversation where later I did ask her, but how would the smaller condensing mechanism work if it was all being blasted out around? There were a lot of questions.
Any of that what you're saying, and I don't care. But did she know what you were saying?
Yes.
Knows the generator pretty well, doesn't she?
Extremely.
Do you know what else she knows well? She knows the wall drill. She knows the mining equipment. She knows the steel equipment. She knows how the hothouse works. Every bit of the city she has poked around with and meddled with. And she's always trying to fix it. For 2 months, and she knows all of this. You want to look for someone who's trying to learn about the city and who has access to sabotage things? You just watched her walk away. Now do your job and question her and find out that she's trouble and then do something about it. And he stomps away.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. And
He
just
turns around very slowly. What?
sir, as a man of the faith, I mean, if all we're looking for specifically is somebody who knows every bit about this city, what would make you give that assumption that this person would be a meddler?
Because she is a meddler. She's poking her hands in every machine. Do you know she wanted to fix the inflation machine of the balloon? She wanted to make it inflate better. Do you see the balloon up there? Do you see the beacon flying high above the city?
Yes.
Does it look like it needs to be better?
No, I understand that completely. It might not need to be better.
So she wanted to interfere with the most important lifeline this city has. That's our way of knowing what's going on. That's how we see approaching storms. That's how we see approaching threats. And she's been here for 2 months, and she wants to make it better. She should be nowhere near the beacon.
Beacon Master, as we all know, the winters get colder and longer, and of course, threats become larger. As a fellow engineer, this progress has to be made somehow. What are we gonna do if the generator can't warm enough people, if the balloon can't fly high enough for some reason in a cold in a ever freezing environment?
Have we failed in the past 10 years?
It's only been 10 years.
But we've never failed. The beacon has always flown. I mean, except for those times when we had some technical difficulties. But mostly the beacon has always flown. The generator has always produced heat. We know how to operate this city. We don't need someone who we don't know where she came from and who wants to poke her nose into everyone else's business. We don't need her to tell us how to do things. The only person who would poke her nose is someone with her own interest or the custodian's interest at heart, not ours.
There's a first time for everything. In your entire lifetime, when has a winter lasted this long?
I want to interject at this point in time as the tension has risen between all of them and be like, yes, of course, Beacon Master. We will get on our task immediately. Thank you very much for coming to aid us. We greatly appreciate it.
I would appreciate it.
We will take your advice to heart.
Spend as much time questioning her as you spent questioning me.
I'm going to pretty much work to get Clara away because I can see that Clara has gotten hot-headed about the fact that she likes that little Nelly and
as I'm going away,
this person's come up to
one more thing. Just one more thing.
Right. It's like, no, we need to go. We have others. No. Pop you on the nose.
Thank you for your time, Beacon Master.
His usual way of saying goodbye.
I really.
Well, that was less than useful.
Well, somebody spit in his soup.
He probably hasn't had soup in a while.
So Nelly is guilty because she's curious.
No, but it does bring up a good point. I mean, she has at least the resources for it.
Yes, but not the
We don't have a motive.
Not the temerity for subterfuge. I think she would get lost she would be as lost as Clara is in trying to do things subtly.
I hate to agree with the hunter, but I would agree with the hunter at this point. I think we need to go check out the last 2 people on our list. And unfortunately, we'll never be out of the watchful eye of the Beacon Master, so we must make haste.
No, thankfully, when we're inside the church, we won't have to worry about the beacon's eye. But yes,
it's okay. Well, I also have a lunch with Nelly later. At the very least, never said that I couldn't bring friends.
Once again, I think this, if you're trying to get information, interrogation of multiple people is a pretty easy way to tell people that you don't trust them.
We'd all be sitting, we'd all be sharing the same food.
So, Max speaking here. The Beacon Master knew what we were doing, so that means he's in communication with the Westover, the captain. Us wandering around asking questions of people are going to bring attention. No matter what we do, people are going to talk about it. So we're bringing attention. Mayhaps our whole function here wasn't necessarily to actually find one of these individuals who might be it, but just to rouse suspicion and rouse things to happen.
I assume
more people to go through.
Yeah, I assume, I keep waiting for somebody to try to kill us.
Right?
That's
Poking the bear long enough, and somebody's going to try to.
Yeah, somebody's going to try to do it. That's the.
So do we want to stick together as a group, or do we want to split?
No, I want you to go about 30 feet ahead of me. That's the best.
Why?
You walk by.
What?
No, let's just stay together. Come on.
Wait, what is that red dot on your head? Okay.
Excuse me, can you ditch 30 feet ahead of me real quick?
Just ditch 30 feet ahead of me. If you want, I mean, since it's getting later in the day, closer to lunchtime, I'm guessing, be a good time to stop by the church, or we can stop by the steel mill during lunchtime. Either one probably would work well.
Oh, if we hit the church, that will mean we'll have at least investigated all 4 of them.
We had 5.
Oh, we had 5.
He has issues counting. We should probably write it on the back of his hand so he doesn't forget. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you hear me from 30 feet in front?
You sure you two don't know each other in the same way that James and Eleanor know each other? Because there's a lot of bickering going on.
Eleanor is friends with Frederick, not James.
Yeah.
I will roll my eyes that there is count and remember names as we head for the church.
He pulls out his book and goes, right. That was it. Anyway.
So you head for the church. It is about lunchtime, so there are a few more people going to the church. Most people who are working at places like the steel mill and the coal mine just have their lunch on location because they're not going to wander through the town just to get here. But some of the children and some of the people who work at the cookhouse and the hot house do take a lunch break and come to the church, so there are a few more people there. As you walk in, you are honored to see that the Archbishop of the town, Danielle Alistair, is in the church. But you also see James, who is talking to a mother who is holding a baby over by one wall.
Holding the mother up to the wall?
They're over by
holding a baby.
Holding the baby by the wall.
By the wall, with the mother. Of course, I will, before I do anything, as long as the Archbishop is not preaching, go up and just give a greeting. Great to see your presence.
She's very happy to see you. She always loves to see any people involved in the faith. And she says, "Well, you weren't working till tonight, I thought."
I wasn't, but I figured with how the cold has been getting worse, I'd at least come by and make sure that there wasn't any additional needed help.
Well, that's very good of you. Of course, I always appreciate your good heart, and anything you want to do here while you're here, you're welcome to do.
Anything come up over the last day or so? It's been a couple days since I've been.
No, everything's been going pretty well. I think the newer priest James is making a good connection with a lot of people in town. I think they seem to appreciate his counsel and wisdom. So that's good. It's really helpful.
Well, maybe I'll see if he needs a hand.
Absolutely. Any help that can go to his help would be great.
Excellent. And he'll, of course, just give the proper way of dismissing and then walk away.
All right. Each of you give me an awareness plus ingenuity plus D8 roll.
Yay, my first roll of the night. All right. Ingenuity plus awareness.
Well,
All right.
No,
jeez.
that's not what I wanted. Not 2d6. Why did it roll the 2d? Why did I get a 23 on D8?
You got the parentheses afterwards. It looks like you. We're at the.
16, you said, Tyler?
I got 16.
All right.
Why did it roll a compound dice, exploding dice, inline dice?
Yeah, I think that you had it exploding.
Okay. Let me try that again. 2d8 and a d6. Well, so 18.
Can't help but notice as you walk over to James that he's talking to the woman holding the baby, and clothes in the Frostland tend to be very old, multiple repaired, so stained and dingy. But the baby is wrapped in some very bright white piece of fabric that is wrapped around it multiple times. And she seems to be acting very grateful towards James. Saying, "Oh, thank you so much for this, and it's really helping the baby." And James said, "That's the least I could do. If we don't take care of our children, what are we here for?"
Sorry, Max. I'm waiting on the insight from that look.
Unfortunately, Martha did not notice this. This was noticed by you, Tyler, and by Justin, are the ones who saw the white sheet wrapped around the baby.
I'm going to keep that one to myself for the moment.
Okay.
But as they finish, because I'm not going to interrupt him while he's talking with the mother and the baby, but as they finish up that conversation, I'm going to go over and greet James.
And he seems pleased. It's a little muted to see you. Sometimes he worries about how he comes across to his superiors and views you as one of his superiors, so he's a little on the meek side.
I'll kind of soften my shoulders a little bit. James, we've heard incredible things from the Archbishop about you. I just wanted to come over and just see your manner in person.
Oh, I don't think I'm doing anything that needs to be observed. I'm just trying to help people, and I'm sure that stuff that you do all the time that you have naturally come to you. But I mean, not that you can't. It's not my place to tell you what you can and can't do. But I don't think I'm doing anything extraordinary. Is all I'm saying.
Just hearing really good things about your help around here. It's ever since the flu, it's been pretty busy.
A rough time. Right after I got here, it seemed like everyone was sick, and that was really difficult. I'm glad that eased.
You came out of the blue as if we actually when we needed somebody the most.
Isn't that a core of what we talk about here? That sometimes what we get is exactly what we need at the right time.
Exactly. I completely appreciate that. I'm curious though, what brought you to London?
I guess, and I know this sounds cliche, but I guess it's a sense of calling. I didn't feel that I fit in any of the places I came from. I started in Broken Ship. I mean, we all know the background of those of us who were in Broken Ship, and I don't want to go into what led to me being placed with those people, but once I saw that my ways needed to change, I didn't feel like I fit in there anymore, and so then I moved on to Edge, and the prevalence of order in that city. And not that order is bad. I don't see anything wrong with order. I think order is a very valuable presence in our lives, but sometimes in Edge it seemed like it was a detriment to faith, and so I didn't really fit in there. Here I feel the balance is better, and I just feel this is a better fit for me.
I'm glad you're here. Truly, it's been a helping hand to have another here in the church, and we appreciate all you've done to keep the citizens of this place with hope.
Thank you. That's all I want to do.
I'm curious though. I did notice the mother and child. Normally I mean, I don't know if maybe a shipment of extra clothing came in, but the child was in very pristine cloth.
Give me a persuasion plus influence plus D8 roll.
Persuasion plus influence. It's not bad. 2d10, 38, 14.
He gets very nervous at the question. He says, I guess, what are we doing as the city if we can't provide for our youngest and most vulnerable residents? Isn't it better that something be used to help a baby rather than just sit around? I think that's a much better use than being in a closet somewhere. And if a baby can use it, and I can help the baby use it, that seems to me to be a good thing.
James, what you're doing isn't anything that I would consider wrong. But I haven't heard anything from the Archbishop, and it's been weeks since we've had a new shipment of any sort of hand-me-down clothing for the mistrodden or the others that have come and visited. You're not. And he kind of leans in close. Yes, of course. He gives a big smile.
This can't go anywhere else, because even though I think I'm doing the right thing, I know other people would disagree, and I know that at least as important of what we do here in the church is what they do in the medical centers, and that they are a vital service, and we need to take care of the sick. But each night there's a stack of sheets that just sits there. It's just sitting. They put it against a wall, and they don't need it. And I've checked, and I believe me, I checked each day. I didn't just look at the beginning of the day. Each day I looked at the end of the day to see if there are any clean sheets left, and there were always clean sheets left. They never used them all. Even during the worst of the flu, they wouldn't use them all. And so if there's a child and a mother comes to me and says, our house feels cold, and my baby, I worry about my baby sleeping at night, and I can get that baby a sheet. And I tried to do it, I don't want to say the right way, because I think what I did was the right way. I tried to do it the official way, and no one at the medical establishment would help. So if I can get a sheet for that baby, I think it's good to get a sheet for that baby. So I've gotten some sheets for the babies.
And that's it. You've gotten a few sheets for the few of the babies that have come in.
I don't think that's wrong.
I don't think it's wrong either.
I do understand.
It's something that I can completely gather as a good-hearted thing at least. Maybe not done the best way, and maybe there needs to be a discussion between the Archbishop and the medical chief and see which we can come to an agreement, at least for this specific purpose.
I mean, have that discussion. If you don't mention my name, I would appreciate it. I guess some of the tendencies that had me on that broken ship in the first place still haven't left me. I still sometimes leap toward the quickest solution rather than the proper one.
There's nothing else, though.
No. I mean, what else would there be?
You said that you had other tendencies.
Oh, so just as a out of character aside, you've heard some about the settlement of Broken Ship, and it was, as its name implies, a ship that ran aground in the frozen sea now, and it was used as shelter by escaped convicts. And so the initial population of that settlement were all people who had been in some sort of incarceration, but then got away. Some of them were on the ship when it ran aground, but it was a harbor for people who were fleeing punishment from other cities. So if he's talking about how he ended up at Broken Ship because of his past, clearly he had run into some trouble with law enforcement previously in life, and that's what got him put in Broken Ship. He has moved on since then. At least he says so.
At least he says so. I'm not gathering anything that's giving me any insight on that he's hiding additional. If you make sure that you atone for this, and
I confess every night.
But I do understand the idea of saving a child.
Thank you. I knew you would.
Keep up your good work.
Thank you. You too.
He'll walk away.
All right. As you walk away, the Archbishop.
You're muted. We can't hear what you're trying to say.
Who's in? Who's trying?
Oh,
Max.
As you walk away, the Archbishop walks up to you and says, I do have a duty for you. It really is fortunate that you came here. Could you step back with me?
Of course.
And talk in my office for a moment.
All right.
Unlike the medical chief, Danielle Allister has a full office with a wooden desk that might not measure up to what was in old London, but is a proper desk and possibly one of the nicest pieces of furniture in the whole town. And when she sits behind it with a certain pride and gestures toward a chair. Are any of the others coming in? You are welcome to come in. The Archbishop welcomes you if you want to come in.
Yeah, I'd come along.
Yep.
Okay. And she looks thoughtful for a moment. And she says, now, of course you know, Justin, that the city's leaders confer regularly with each other about the needs of the city.
I do.
So then you know that I know the task that you've been assigned.
Correct.
I hope your task goes well. I hope it leads to an outcome that's good for the city. But what I'm telling you right now is that outcome should not affect James in any way. He is valuable in his post. The surge of faith that we have seen in this town since his arrival is, and I don't mean to take away from anyone that we have on the clergy, including yourself, but the surge of faith that we've gotten in such a short time is unlike anything I've seen in years. And if we lost him, the anger and the disappointment of the people throughout the city would not be worth it. So whatever outcome you decide is the right outcome for your mission, James should stay. And I know you'll find a way to make that happen.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions about my preferences?
I don't. And I am conflicted with faith, but James's path seems to be haunting him, he said.
In what way?
Coming from places like Broken Ship and Edge, he's had a rough life, it sounds like, and he has all the good intentions.
So there's maybe some habits that we need to work to overcome with him.
Correct, and he seems to be atoning for those.
Okay, well, I appreciate you bringing that to me, and I believe now that you've told me that, I can work with him, and we can build a path of repentance for him, and that can be something between me and him, and no other part of the city needs to be involved.
Has he taken any trips, or how has his attendance been?
Oh, he's always here when he's required to be here. There was a visit to Edge that he made not long after he arrived. I thought it was a bit of serendipity that we needed to communicate with Jessica Norbit over at Edge, and he had some relationship with her, and so he volunteered to go. And I thought that since he had that relationship, and it didn't have as much fraught history as some other people in the city, that he was the perfect candidate. So he did make a trip to Edge not long after he arrived.
Thank you.
I would like to bring up one thing, though, and I know this is a sore subject, but there was information on maybe blankets or cloth being provided to children. I perfectly understand that's exactly a helpful way of doing it, of protecting our young. But maybe connecting with the chief of medicine to provide some extra cloth for us here at the church would be useful.
You're right. That's a good idea. And the moment the chief of medicine is willing to make that bargain, I'm sure that we'll be able to make an official bargain to everyone's satisfaction.
Thank you, Mel.
No, thank you. I know that you'll give the right attention to this matter.
Anyone else want to talk? Because I'm not getting anything else out of the Archbishop without pissing off an entire organization of faith, and it's not happening by this guy.
Are you sure you want me to talk? Because I will.
My guy'd be down for making him mad, but he doesn't really have anything to ask.
I mean, you have, and we can step out of the Archbishop's,
confer outside
as well. If we want to.
Yeah.
I'm happy to confer outside.
Yeah, let's confer outside.
Yeah.
Does the
I
Archbishop really think that everything will drop as soon as one guy gets iced?
Let me see. You are. Give me a awareness plus ingenuity plus D6 roll.
Ooh, he's 6 instead of a D8.
What does that
A
mean?
little more complex feat.
Ah, okay.
Well, that's okay,
I'm making
because
a D6.
awareness paired with ingenuity for me, I get an uptick anyways. So
Take that, Game Master.
So take that, Game Master.
take that, guy who wrote the game. D6, D4, D12,
1,
and D6. Oh,
very nice.
I mean, yeah, the
14.
one still hurts.
So what was the roll?
14.
Okay, and so the question you were asking again was?
Does the Archbishop really think that the organization will fail or hardly plummet because of one guy, getting iced is what I said, but,
So you decide that the right question is to ask Justin what kind of power dynamics exist with the church right now?
Is that, yeah, Justin, how does the hierarchy work here? How does the power dynamic work here?
All right, then, Justin, give me awareness plus ingenuity plus D8.
So, can I propose a different skill?
Sure.
Since you're talking about organization, can I do leadership instead?
If you'd like to.
So, ingenuity.
Leadership D8.
Leadership D8, okay. Because that gives me an uptick on that. So I could give 2 D8, also 3 D8. Okay, cool.
This would have a connection to your leadership experience within the church, so that works.
So you said for high rolls you go high number, for low difficulty, right. And this is kind of in the middle, right? As the D8.
Yes, it is.
So we're just going to make it easy. Not a great number, but we'll roll with it. 7. Rolling very bad on that one. 2 ones.
Yeah, great roll. So basically, you just know from your experience that the Archbishop is always embroiled in a battle for status within the city.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And so trying to make sure that she gets the resources for the church and can build the buildings and feed people and have her status, not only to have status in New London, but also to try to connect to other churches and other cities and maybe build a regional faith is what she's trying to do. And if there's any sort of scandal attached to faith, like if someone is exiled who is a priest, that will
very bad for the entirety.
A lot. So it would probably hurt her and her status in the city more than it would hurt faith necessarily.
Got
it. After hearing this, Clara, who's I'm gonna double check whether she's unaffiliated. I don't see anything drawing connection to the church.
Yeah, typically with the character, you get to make that decision at the beginning of how you want to be affiliated.
For Clara, I'll say that she's, reasonably somewhere in the middle. Justin, if all of these are happening in all of these different cities, do you think that the church may be behind this?
I would say that's a very large accusation, but without pertinent evidence, we would have no idea.
No, it's just several places all coming with rumors and news all at the same time, coming from different places. It's not. I don't know how average travel is in this specific wasteland, but I would say the easiest way to move knowledge would be through routes already given, and that would be the church, and they would also get to say how the news was
disseminated.
Yeah.
And who else has influence to everybody? I don't see everybody. That's the first time I've been in that particular. I would have never met Nellie if we hadn't done this. Frederick, possibly if I got hurt. But religion touches all.
It does, usually in very good ways. And from everything I've heard from both the Archbishop and James, as much as I want to think that would be a reason for the, custodian, that's his name, correct?
Yeah.
Is to think that the only thing that this man is conniving on is some sheets from the medical facility. No offense.
No, absolutely. And not saying that they would be doing anything nefarious with these things either. I think that we should just.
But I do
continue-
understand your concern that there is information is being moved.
He's
It's
also
definitely
the first,
something to think about.
he's also the first one that has been specific. No, it's not. I mean, the beacon man, I understand. She wanted to adjust his stuff. He wanted to move. She tried to adjust something of his. A guy like that's going to push back and make assumptions. The Archbishop sounded like he was protecting his turf. It was his. This is his trap line, and nobody else gets to use it.
However, it does feel as though that the Archbishop could possibly know or assume that something is going on, and that's why they want us to keep him here anyways. I'm, again, just another lead here, but
I think it's time that we go meet Agatha.
You know
Then we
what,
can take our
Max?
information.
I think it is time.
And then we have to make a choice.
I think it's time for a 5-minute break.
I think it's time for the 10-minute break. Everyone,
10-minute break? I was wrong. You are right, Clara. It is time for us to take 10 minutes.
I'm just being honest.
Cool, let's go down to the
Everyone,
pub.
remember, last chance to drop a Rem PC down in the chat. I do believe we do have somebody dropping at one point, but we will figure that out. Last chance to drop a Rem PC down in the chat in order to win a copy of Shadowrun Body Shop. We will be right back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And We use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
All right. So you were thinking of talking to the last name on the list. Agatha Mungrave works at the steel mill.
Well, talking, sure. I mean, thinking of using, Martha as the to flush out Agatha so that when she tries to kill him, but yeah, talking works too.
I am a
Give me a gymnastics plus endurance. Oh no, gymnastics plus agility plus D8 roll.
Everyone?
Yeah, is that for
Everyone.
Okay.
Can you say that one more time?
Gymnastics plus agility plus D8. If you don't have gymnastics, remember this is a D4.
Okay. Gymnastics doesn't go with athletics. They're different skills.
They're different skills.
Ooh, I got good. I got a 9 for all those D4s I just threw in.
That's pretty good for a lot of D4s. At least 2 of them.
Yeah.
What was that last one? One more time. I'm so sorry.
Gymnastics plus agility plus D8.
17. Pretty much maxed out all the dice I rolled.
That's a little ballet move you just did there.
Yep.
And I'm slipping on the ice. I got a 6.
I'm looking at 11.
11. All right. So as you start walking toward the mill, someone comes running down the street, and Martha gracefully avoids him and just, I can move out of his way fine. And the 2 of you also avoid him, but Justin is not able to get out of his path, and he knocks you over, runs subtly into you, takes you to the ground, and then it's all, I'm sorry. It's just a very important errand. I apologize. Let me help you up. And helps you up, and then runs on his way.
Who was that?
No one you recognize, but Justin, you all of a sudden realize there's a piece of paper in your hand that was not there before.
Oh, I dust himself off, and this person, as they ran into me, left me a piece of paper. I don't know if they meant to or not, but I'll open it and see what.
Pretty sure they meant to.
It says, House 4, Ring 3, now. Ring 3 would refer to one of the concentric street circles that were out from the generator, and House 4 would be the 4th house on that ring.
That was to you, Justin. Should
we
all go?
I don't know that person, and in all honesty, if they're just presenting a letter to me, I'd prefer to have at least one other person come with.
I look to Arnold, and this is pretty self-explanatory. I think we should all go.
Yeah.
Don't split the parties. Usually a good idea.
You lead, Arnold.
Well, maybe it would be best to have somebody, a group on the outside as well. Who's the scrappiest of us all? Clara asks, looking over at our at my character sheet. Is it Arnold?
I mean, it's definitely not Justin.
Yes, the priest looks like he just got taken out by a snowbank, and I definitely have no skill in melee. I did take a fencing course in college.
So what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that you go inside with Justin, because Justin, are you any good in a fight?
I mean, I'm a man of the cloth. If I don't need to fight, I'd prefer not to.
Okay.
Okay, then I say that.
I fight with my smile.
Martha and I stand guard outside, and just make sure that the area is secure.
All right.
All right, so you make your way to House 4, Ring 3?
Yes.
I would
Yes.
like to look for a piece of lumber that's about 3.5 foot in length and has a decent grip on it, so I can have a bat. Because
All right, give me an engagement plus conviction plus D8.
engagement, I don't have. Conviction is a D6. So 1 second. So that becomes the D6. And yep, okay, hitting the button. 7. Oh, I messed it up. I put a slash in there. Let me do it again. There we go. 10. Now it rolled the actual.
You don't find like the perfect baseball bat, but there is at least a plank lying against the building. So it's about 4 feet long and 2 inches wide. So it, it will do. It will distract someone if you whack them with it good.
You got a 2x4.
That's the plan. I took fencing in college. My character actually has close combat skills, so I'm going to pick it up and like flail it around. And if somebody stares at me like, "What? I took fencing in college. I think I can use this effectively."
Yes, that will build a nice fence.
They mutter
Okay, let's keep
college
going.
under their breath as they walk by.
So what Clara wants to do is I don't know if I have anything tool wise on me, but I'd like to attempt to use my engineering potentially in order to make it a genuine grip so that it can be used as some sort of real weapon.
Get a bolo wet, like a bolo bat, like flat bat.
Just to where it's not holding on to, a wide piece of plank in order to hit somebody with it.
Let's make that mechanic plus ingenuity plus D8.
And I get an uptick from that. So that would be... I'm going to assume that it's going to be a higher roll depending on tools. I don't know if you're including that. So I'm going to go D6, D12, and a D8 is what you said?
Yes.
And I'm looking at a flat 15.
All right, you shave a little bit off the end and then are able to wrap some tape around it, so it's a pretty good handle. Not as wide as a cricket bat, but kind of vaguely cricket bat-like. And Martha swings it around a few more times in even more swashbuckly fashion and enjoys it.
Who would have thought?
All right.
What now?
That's all I was aiming to do.
Finish our trek to...
Anything else before you arrive at the house? Or are you going to the house, and then two of you going in?
Sounds good.
Seems like the...
Are you knocking on the door or walking right in?
Walking right in.
Okay.
All right. There is a woman on the other side. She is dressed in work clothes. Looks like she's been in the coal mine because she is covered in coal dust, but she's at least managed to clean off her face. And as soon as you walk in, she is shaking her head at you. Both of you give me an awareness, the two of you who went in, awareness plus ingenuity plus D8.
Really isn't a game to have a D4 ingenuity.
17.
8.
Since you know so many people through your work in the church, you've been able to see people come and go. You know this woman. It is Eleanor Duval, who had made good friends with Frederick Grindle. And she says, get in here, get in here, get in here. Honestly, You're like a herd of elephants stomping around town. Did you try subtlety like at all in this investigation?
Wait, how do you know the investigation?
Because you're like asking people all over. Asking did someone send you to town? And also, I know people. Okay, look, I will be honest and direct. The person you're looking for, I'm here, okay? So stop bothering Frederick. Stop bothering poor Nellie. Don't bother any of these other people. I'm the one, all right? And do you know how long I have lived in this town? I have lived here for 4 years. Has anything bad happened? Am I doing any bad stuff to your town? No. So maybe all of you could just relax a little bit and not exile anyone out to that cold wasteland. And you could find a way to tell the powers that be that they can just relax and stop worrying about this. Honestly.
Well, to make it fast, I'll ask you the question that they asked us earlier when we tried to make that same argument. Why haven't you directly approached the leadership?
Because as soon as they hear the name custodian, they look to throw people out into the icy waste. And I don't like being thrown out into icy waste.
So why work with them?
So let me explain what we're doing. There were central sources of knowledge before the Great Frost, right? Great repositories. There was Cambridge, there was Oxford, all these wonderful universities, and we have nothing anymore. We are trying to scramble to gather any sort of wisdom. We barely know how the transportation system set up at Edge works. When we first came here, we had steam cores that help power some of our buildings. We don't know how to fix them anymore. They're failing, and we don't know how to make the steam hothouses work anymore. We need knowledge. We need to gather what we used to know and have it in a repository. And that's what the custodian is doing. That's what I'm here doing. And we can try to get the cities to talk to each other, but Edge doesn't like New London, and Broken Ship doesn't like anybody, and everyone's suspicious of the children's mine, so we can't get them openly to share information. So we will gather information now while we can, and then we will share it in our own way. I have been here for 4 years. Do you think I haven't shared information with people? Why do you think Frederick's talking to me as much as he's talking to me? Because I give him tips. I'm making him a better doctor. I'm sharing what I've learned so that he can be better. That's what we do. And you want to throw me out?
You're assigning us desires that we may not have. We've been given orders. That does not mean we have desires.
I'm very happy to hear that.
I turned to Justin. Anybody near death? You administering anybody in there that's near death that we can pin this thing on?
I mean, I personally wouldn't have any idea on that. You probably need to speak to the medic.
That's what I figured, but I wanted to make sure. I wanted to see your face and make sure that you didn't have this shocked look as to what I was planning before I called the medic in and made my potential thing. Anyways, open the door and get in here.
All right. When you open the door, I want to describe what we're doing. We've built a snowman, and I'm teaching Clara how to use the bat as a weapon. So as you open the door, we're using the bat to take the head off the snowman.
Yeah. Eleanor's eyes widen a little bit, and she goes, "Oh my."
Yeah, you were in a lot of danger.
You two might want to come in. Get out of the cold and...
Yep.
Okay, still holding the bat, Clara walks in.
Yeah.
Covered in snow.
will do everything in my power to make sure your wonderful weapon is not needed.
Why would we need a weapon?
So she repeats the information that she just shared with your colleague.
I will walk over and smack the bat out of Clara's hand. No, Eleanor is not a bad person. She's a good person, because I'm assuming I have knowledge of Frederick and their relationship.
Yes.
You wanted the bat. I was just having fun with snowmen.
Okay, that's so is there anybody near death that we could pin this on? Pin being an agent of the custodian on?
I have an appalled look on my face, like, what? That's terrible. Why would you think that? Why would you say
There's somebody
that?
near death? It happens every day in this place.
know,
Or
but-
not every day, but it happens a lot.
Arnold, why would we go around and besmirch the name of someone who's going to die anyways?
Because we have to have a scapegoat. Or this place, or we're not going to be allowed to come back and go, no, we couldn't find anybody. At that point, we're just going to be looked at like we're stupid, or we're protecting one of us four from doing it, and we're going to be stuck. Then they'll hire another four schmucks to stomp around here, and maybe they'll figure it out. I don't think the custodian thing is a bad thing.
So Martha's going to feign, not feign, but she's going to be like, flush, this bothers her, and everything you're saying, but I have a high ingenuity, so I understand what you're saying, and that doesn't mean she doesn't hate it. She's definitely going to have like a moment where she's beside herself, and when she goes, yes, I'm sure someone in one of the wards, but we're going to need, I look to Eleanor, and we're going to need some evidence other than what just our word, some way that we can plant. Oh,
You got any blackmail on James?
I don't think we need blackmail.
Well, James can influence
I
everybody.
can't stick around in this conversation at this point, and Clara walks out.
No, I throw myself in front of the door.
Can we count on her not to be a problem?
I'm stopping her at this point in time. I'm like, listen, you have to realize I don't want to do this either. And I'm going to try to use persuasion, and I'm not like a opposed roll, whatever. And I don't want to do this either. But if we don't, Hunter's right, Arnold's right. If we don't find someone, it's going to be one of us.
I can't say that they're not right. And I can't say that what the custodian is doing is wrong either. I'm not going to sit there and lie. I refuse. I won't do that to Westover. I won't do that to anybody. It's just a matter of principle. We can talk to Westover. Maybe we can smooth this over. Maybe if we make sure that no wrongdoing is happening, and that all of these random acts of things shutting down is not because of the custodian or any of the custodian's people, maybe we can get this sorted out.
You don't have to lie. You just have to let other people talk.
I want to hug Clara at this point in time and be like, it's okay. Just all you have to do is not stay.
You could be disgusted by what is happening. Even if we were going to toss somebody into the snow, you'd be disgusted by it, wouldn't you?
At least we'd be upfront with what we were telling them. But so long as you are the ones that are saying all of the incredibly wrong things,
for the right reasons.
The right reasons. I can't look Westover in the eye and say that.
I'm sure we can find some
If you can find
some
someone,
rotting mushrooms or something to give you a stomach ache and place you in the.
if you find someone who's
hole.
about to pass, I can give you the evidence, and you can find the evidence, and the evidence will do all the talking.
I will give a nod. I'd like to make a medicine roll of some type to kind of like think through the ward for the infirmed or sickly.
Okay, go ahead and give me medicine plus ingenuity plus D8.
Let's see. Medicine is a D8. Ingenuity is a D10. So I would like to use Call of the Craftsman because it allows me to upgrade an endurance or ingenuity feat. So I'm going to pump my ingenuity up to a D12. $14.
You seem to recall that there was a man named Oliver Reiki who had been in the care house for a while. The care house is where the people who are no longer capable of working go. And he has taken a turn for the worse. He's barely been coherent for a week. His breath is very gurgly. And most of the medics don't expect him to live more than 2 or 3 more days.
I'll leave. Oliver Reiki is. That's the name. And he is in the east end of the care ward. I can show you to him. And she's beside herself because this is terrible. She's doing something that she's not okay with in a lot of different ways, but she realizes the situation she's been put in.
Can you give me access to the care house at night, late after hours?
I should be able to sneak you in.
What do you need to place?
Just a letter.
I will say
don't have a custodian's mark on it.
I could, but for the most part, it might be better if someone else went into the care house, and I make a hand gesture to Justin.
Are you willing to take that risk?
It takes. They're not going to question Man of the Faith walking in.
All right. Give me a few moments. And she retires to a back room, scrambles some things together, but then comes out with a letter. It is written in code, but there is some wax at the bottom with a certain seal on it. And she says, this should be enough to convince them. Leave it on this person. I appreciate your service. You're doing the right thing, even though it doesn't feel like it.
I fold it up, place it in his Bible.
Martha's going to start crying. Martha's going to start crying, and she's going to find console. She's going to lean on the sturdiest pillar of us all, Arnold.
It's for the best. He wraps an arm and gives her a side hug, awkwardly.
It protects the faith, protects order.
Keeps James from being the one. Yeah.
So nighttime eventually comes. I assume, Martha, you help Justin know the basic layout of the care house?
I will set up, when I do the rounds with Frederick, I will make sure to bring in, because I'm assuming we have some sort of light, like candles and stuff like that.
Processions of some sort, yeah.
I will replace the candle that is at Oliver's bed with a different color than all the rest. Maybe it's like all of them have like a red little fringe or something. That one's going to be blue, specifically. And then I won't be too far away so that I'll make sure that nobody moves the candle that depicts which one is Oliver.
So Justin, what we'll need from you is a stealth plus conviction plus D8, but you can take 2 upgrades on the roll for all the preparations you've made.
stealth
In,
plus conviction
Plus D8 and 2 upgrades.
if I help him sneak, will that aid him?
If you want to make first a stealth plus conviction plus D8, then that
Okay.
might get him another upgrade.
All right, because that actually is that stealth is a D6, but then I get to go up to a D12 for my conviction because I get an upgrade. 16.
Okay, you're able to teach him some of the basic techniques, how to move a little quieter outside, the right position to put his body so he gets that 3rd upgrade on his roll.
Interesting. So I am stealth, agility, and the D8.
With 3 upgrades.
3 upgrades. And I have no skill in stealth, so
That's
that
D4.
goes 4. So if I do a upgrade on the agility, that puts me at a D10. I do an agility, and I do the 2 other. So I do 2 D8 and a D10. Is that correct?
Yep. That works.
See if that goes well. Not great. 11.
So you open the door to the care house, walk in quietly. It's very dark in there because they want people to sleep. Slip the message into the body, the person marked by the candle that Martha placed. Turn around, and someone starts walking between the beds, holding the candle, and says, "Oh, Father Camburn, I didn't know you were coming by tonight."
Oh, I was asked to stop by and give some processions to the care here.
So now give me...
I was like, I can talk my way out of this at least.
Persuasion plus influence plus D8.
Okay, now we're good. Okay.
Now you're in your wheelhouse.
Persuasion plus influence
Plus D8.
plus D8. And I'm going to Call of Craft, and I'm going to upgrade an influence. So I'm going to do persuasion at a D10, influence at a D12, and then a D8. So, apparently, I'm not good at anything tonight. That was a 6.
Yeah.
That's pretty good with those dice. That's impressive.
I mean, yeah, you had a potential to roll 30. You rolled a 6.
I rolled a 6.
Was that 2 D10s and a D12?
A D12, a D8, and a D10.
Yeah, and a D10.
Let's see. Got to look up my probability chart. You would have rolled better than 6 97% of the time. Almost 98% of the time.
Yeah,
so
I figured as much. Yep. Let's build this storytelling. I'm down.
This isn't procedure. I'm afraid I'm going to have to take this up with the Archbishop, because we have a procedure for when visitation from priests is allowed.
I'm sorry. I was told by the Archbishop specifically to come here.
Well, then let's go see the Archbishop right now.
All right.
And so she leads you to the Archbishop. What is the story you tell the Archbishop?
Ma'am, you told me that there was some ill at the care ward and that I should go immediately there. And he will, see how I want to say this. He will kind of start to elaborate on, I was given this task by you and the higher beings to take on this.
And she says, "Are you taking care of the mission we discussed earlier today?"
I have.
So she turns to the person from the care ward and says, "He is operating under my instructions. I apologize that we went outside of protocol, but he is operating according to what I asked him to do." And so the warden of the care ward accepts that And you are free to go on your way.
And I'll meet up with the rest of them and say that the precision, everything has been. Actually, I'll wait until the warden leaves and thank the Archbishop.
She says, I wish you hadn't been seen, but I appreciate you taking care of the matter.
Wasn't something I had expected to do, and I figured if anybody was going to be able to gather that information in off hours, it was best to be one of us.
None of us have expected much of the last 10 years, so it's how we live now. So you have one decision left to make. Are you going to deliver a report to Regent Westover? What is
But I'm not speaking this time.
Very well.
What is that report going to be?
That Clara is sick. You cannot come
Bad
in today.
mushrooms.
Yeah.
Mess with the bad mushrooms.
That fungi just hit wrong.
Not very fun.
That's the truth. There's nothing that so-and-so has a letter, believed to have a letter with the custodians, as communication with the custodian, in their possession, right? I mean, I got a low ingenuity, so coming up with this stuff is not my strong suit. I'm morally flexible.
Do you have a good influence? My influence
Never.
is 6.
I mean, the thing is, he didn't say anything that required influence necessarily, so long as it was delivered in a. They have this note on them.
Exactly. That's all it's got to be. Is we have good advice that the person in question has evidence on their person, and they are currently fallen ill, and they're in the care house. Their name is Oliver Riki, and with your guidance, or with if you want to take care of it, fine. If not, come with us. Somebody come with us so that we can do what needs to be done. We want someone else to see the results of our work, results of our labor. Pretty much what we want to tell.
We don't necessarily need somebody to see the results of the labor. We just want to go give him the report.
And then I'm heading back to the church after that.
Well, yeah, okay. That'll be accepted that maybe I'm the one who has to be the one that drags him out of town. It's not going to be that
Sounds
difficult.
So Regent Westover listens to all this and says, it's Oliver Riki, 82-year-old Oliver Riki. Deaf in one ear, mostly deaf in the other. Oliver Riki was the agent of the custodian.
I think that he was working with others, but we can't prove out who yet.
And there's evidence on him.
There is evidence on him.
I understand he'll likely pass away in a day or two.
Should we show him solace and just let him finish his life out in the care house then? Or does
For a day or two. If he doesn't pass away by then, he'll have to be exiled. You understand that, right?
Yes.
I don't agree with it, but I do understand it. He's an 82-year-old man whose motives we don't understand.
Okay. That's the story I can tell people. Because, of course, it's the truth. So that they'll all believe the truth.
Yes.
All right, you wait an excruciating 48 hours. Oliver Riki dies in the 46th hour, so he does not have to be exiled. But the thought of those 46 hours of how you almost sent a poor old man out to die in the cold a little bit before his time stay with you for a while.
Oh yeah, I've been in repentance the entire last 2 days.
I got
And
Clara
that's
to
how
make me
FrostPunk goes.
I would like Clara to make me a tiny little flask so I can swing by the pub, fill that sucker up, and put it in my work apron, because I think Martha's going to start drinking after this.
as soon as you pull her out of the snow hole that she's already made herself during that time. Because she is just like cradling, just like thinking like, I hope no one finds me, until they go tell their lie.
Yeah. Claire is now my drinking partner.
Nelly will dig you out of your snow hole.
Aww.
Aw. I don't think I can be friends with you.
Those two are sitting at dinner while the rest of us are repenting for sending an old man out.
Long hours in the confessional.
See, I was just going to sneak in and smother him. So, I mean, you guys. I wasn't going to drag him into the snow. I was going to be kind. He was just going to get smothered. The trick would be having Martha distract whoever's under duty.
Oh no.
The kindness in Frostlands.
It's
The kindness. Some days you have to. Sometimes you have to make that hard decision.
All truths can be found in the snow.
I enjoyed that a lot. Well done.
Wow.
That was fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Thanks, Jason.
I like this dice system. I'm attracted to it. It's the way it works, the upgrades and the downgrades. I like it.
I think mine is just understanding the GM's portion side of it would be interesting to know, because then I get to know like what is considered an average die roll, what is considered a non-average die roll. But
13 is usually the guidance I use. There were a few times when I did an opposed test, but usually it was somewhere between 10 to 13 was the difficult class you're looking at. If it was something a little extra hard, I made it a little harder to spot the white cloth around the baby. You tend to remember that it was significant, but you rolled really well on that. So,
the only time I rolled well this entire night was to check
But that was an important one.
But it was an important one, so it didn't matter. So it was good.
Honestly, after first read of the rules and several subsequent reads, I thought that it was going to be considerably more difficult to grasp, but no, it actually really spells it out for you.
Yeah. Well, then I didn't realize a lot of the times it'll tell you not only what your skill is, it tells you what attribute to add to it usually.
The character sheet has it right there to make it easy.
Yeah.
So that's super easy.
No, I'm looking forward to when the rules get set and we can start doing the demo team can start doing demos of it.
It'd be cool.
We'll be doing some demos at Gen Con, and so that'll be fun. And the campaign rules get extra fun because you get to track the hope and discontent in the city, as well as production levels of food and steel and lumber.
Okay.
Coal. So you can have ongoing effects and just try to keep your city in good shape.
Dang.
Wow. Like a West March style city builder.
And then we'll just add, and then just for fun, we'll add zombies.
Just throw
if anyone from 11-bit is watching, we're not adding zombies.
We are absolutely adding zombies.
He does not work for Catalyst.
I don't.
Okay, well, since we're coming to the end of the show, does anybody have any shout outs? Max?
Yes. Hi, I'm Max. I'm from Rough Magic. We are a group of game masters. You can find us on this website here in the chat. Right there. The website there. It'll get there. Anyways, Rough Magic
it actually
is
hit exactly when.
Bam! We are a Chicago/Jacksonville, so Chicago, Illinois, Jacksonville, Florida. We support varieties of different conventions by providing game masters. We also do online pro game mastering. So if you're a forever GM and you just want to have a game, reach out to Rough Magic and hook up. We're ready and willing to run a game for you.
Good deal too. I just looked at the prices and it's very, very reasonable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, and James?
Oh yeah. So I'm James, otherwise known as Tabletop Misfits. You can find me on Monday nights here on Gen Con channel at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I'm playing in Icewind Dale, which is funny because we just went through the cold and winter here. You can also find me over on my own channel at Tabletop Misfits on Wednesday nights, where I do an interview show with guests. throughout the TTRPG community. We do 3 different types of interviews. We do character-driven interviews, world-driven interviews, and project-driven interviews. And last but not least, you can find me at Gen Con this year because I'll be back once again with GUI Cube, where we're running, I think, like 96 tables this year as a whole. So check out their stuff. They're a third-party 5th edition adventure. And yeah, it's great to come hang out with people and try a new system. This was a great system, and I look forward to seeing where it goes. So,
Thanks
for having me.
Of course. And Tesla?
Okay, well, first off, next week at this same time on the same channel, be sure to check out Emerald Glitch, where I take Tyler and Max and a couple other people through a Shadowrun game using Shadowrun 6e rules in Seattle. Where right now they are trying to deliver a 6-year-old technomancer to his grandfather. It's going to be a simple trip to Grandpa's.
Piece of cake.
Can't imagine anything going wrong. If you want more Shadowrun stuff, next week or over on Shadows of Nox, we generally every week stream another game that honestly feeds the Thursday night game a little bit. Stuff they pull off in Seattle affects these guys on Thursday. I have some fun with that. Also on Shadows of Nox, there's a whole bunch of Cthulhu games, some Power Rangers that dip into the horror, which is a lot of fun. And let's see what. Oh yeah, the other thing. If you're at Gen Con, stop into where the Shadowrun games are being played. I'm a member of the Catalyst demo team, and we're going to be having a lot of games and a lot of fun. I've got some open slots on my schedule, so I probably will be grabbing some pickup games. So generally, even if if you haven't signed up yet, there'll probably be people running games for people who show up with generics. I think that covers everything.
And Jason, basically anything that you want goes out on the social media. But please, if you want to plug anything, go right ahead.
Well, just FrostPunk Kickstarter. FrostPunk is coming to Kickstarter August 6th, so look out for that. But Catalyst Socials will keep you all updated about that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can play it at Gen Con, so come play a game, and I'll be basically living at the booth for a minute.
I will tear him away to come do some interviews, so be looking out for those content. For that,
if you have a chair, I'll be there.
That's all we'll have. It'll be 2 chairs.
All you need is a
room and like 2 microphones, and that'll be it.
Yeah, I don't even know if the microphones will be connected to anything. I don't care. I'll just sit down and talk into whatever.
All right. Well, all else that we have is the RemPC giveaway, which tonight is RobChamp 0905. You have won. Oh, and we are getting rated at the very end of our stream. Oh no.
Thank you guys for dropping in.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, but in that same breath, please come back next week around 8 o'clock. That's whenever we're starting up another episode of Emerald Glitch, where Tesla over here is the GM. I'm one of the players, so is Max. And maybe eventually we will get James in on some of that action too. But until then, we will see you later. Oh.
Hey, Tom, can I bring my character Tank to the demo team games?
No.
But you helped me make it. Why is it legal? What did you
That's
do?
how he knows it's not legal.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Only if you can bring your glitter bombs.
It's the beauty of these games is they don't have to be legal. It's a home game. I get to take my own. I get to take what Jason said. Hey, this goes into 6E, and go. I want this little bit different, and that's the fun part of it.
Freak away.
Oh,
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
All right. See you next
Goodbye,
week,
everyone.
folks.
See you next week.
Night.